Whenever you're ready to drift off, find a comfortable position and let your breath slow. Tonight, let's quietly explore for small rooms of history where patient hands shaped ordinary things with care. We'll begin beside a calm dye vat where green cloth meets open air and slowly becomes blue. We'll then step into a monastery kitchen before dawn, where bread rises to the sound of a soft bell. After that, we'll stand on a moonlit quay along the Nile, listening as ropes, jars, and oars speak in low voices. And finally, we'll watch winter water turn white fibers into paper in a workshop open to the cold. The pace will stay gentle and even. No sharp turns, no loud moments. Just steady detail, tools, textures, small routines, and the quiet sounds that belong to work done well. If you doze, the stories will carry on without asking anything of you. If you remain awake, they will give your thoughts a place to settle. As you exhale, imagine a wide-bellied clay jar under a thatched eave, warm within, cool without, its surface as calm as a pond. A strip of cloth lifts from darkness, pale as a leaf. It meets air and begins to deepen into blue. When you're comfortable, we'll begin there beside the vat that turns breath and time into color. The jar waits under shade that the roof has known for years. Morning light climbs the yard wall slowly, touching baskets, a wooden paddle, and a line where wrappers will soon hang. A raffia rope circles my rim like a belt. It stays damp and strong. When footsteps approach, I feel them first through the packed clay floor, a trembling as soft as a spoken name. A hand lifts my leaf cover. Cool air arrives, and the surface I have kept quiet all night greets it with a small change in smell: earth, ash, and something sweet that lives between green and blue. I am a vessel made to hold a conversation between plant and water. My clay remembers fingers smoothing the coil, the burn of the firing, the first ladle of dye poured into my belly. I have a wide mouth so paddles can move as they must. My shoulders slope to keep heat gentle. In my shadow, calabashes dry, their rims rubbed smooth by mouths of cups and the curve of palms. Mortars wait nearby with pestles laid across them like sleeping oars. The yard is not quiet, but it has no noise. Chickens click and settle. A pot breathes on a low fire and does not boil. The sky is pale and promises a heat that will not rush. A cloth arrives folded, pale as new bark. Fingers press its corners open on a reed mat. The dyer has clean nails. She wears a wrapper tied firm at the waist, indigo ghosts on the hem from years of work. She tests the vat with a short, slow stir. The paddle's edge circles the surface and then dives. Bubbles rise thinly and break without drama. From the top, she skims the flour, the delicate blue skin that blooms where air and liquid meet, and lays it on a calabash to rest. It looks like a small cloud and smells faintly of leaves and ash. A gentle side note: indigo here comes from plant to cake, from cake to vat. Leaves once soaked under weight until they surrendered their green to water. The liquor met ash lye made from burned peels and wood. In time a paste formed, pressed and dried into dark cakes that travel well. In the vat, the paste meets warm water again, wakes, and learns to color by losing air, then gaining it back when cloth rises. The dyer rubs her palms together once, a small greeting to work, and lowers the cloth into my darkness. It enters greenish, like a river weed. Under the surface, it becomes quiet. She folds it and lifts it without ringing. Air touches the wet folds. A change begins slowly, as if morning were painting, as if breath itself were dye. The green deepens through teal, and then finds blue. Not loud blue, river blue, sky before noon blue. She watches with a face that is at ease with watching. The cloth returns to me for a second bath, then a third. Between each she opens it, lets the fibers feel air, and listens with her eyes for what the day wants. Around us, small tools do their part. A slanted board drains water back to my mouth in a narrow thread. A plank across to bricks holds the calabashes at a height that keeps backs from aching. A low stool waits for a child who will bring more ash or skim flour with careful hands. On a peg hangs a paddle with its tip worn into a soft crescent by years of stirring in one direction. Near the wall sits a basket of cakes wrapped in plant fiber. A faint white bloom clings to them like dust on fruit. The dyer reaches for a gourd ladle and whispers to the vat with the motion of her wrist. She turns the paddle toward herself, and then away to circles and a rest, the rhythm learned from the person who taught her, and from the person who taught that person. She sets the paddle down and ties a strip of cloth around her head to keep sweat from falling where it does not belong. A neighbor arrives with greetings folded into a nod. She passes a small tray ground cassava paste in a shallow bowl and leaves again with the fast steps of someone whose morning holds a list. Another aside, soft and simple. Some cloth here will carry patterns made with paste, tied with raffia, or stitched and gathered. The paste resists the dye. The ties make small white paths where indigo cannot walk. When the cloth is boiled and the paste washed off, or when ties are unknotted, the patterns appear like maps of songs that hands have sung. The first wrapper of the day lifts from the vat a deeper shade now. Water runs from its tail and patters into a clay bowl that never moves from its brick. The dyer holds the cloth wide so air can pass through and color can grow in the folds. She looks without frowning, eyes relaxed, mouth a line of agreement. Her fingers travel the edge to feel whether any part still reads as green. If so, the cloth returns to my quiet and rests there until the yard's breath reshapes it again. A child arrives with a calabash of warm water and a bundle of wood ash in a cloth. The ash smells faintly of yesterday's fire and the fruit that cooked above it. The dyer takes a pinch and dusts it between her palms before loosening it into the vat. Not much. Just enough to keep the balance the day prefers. She stirs slowly. Under the paddle, I hear the small voice of liquid that has learned what it is meant to do. On the wall, blue fingerprints climb like a tiny procession. A line runs from a peg to a pole, and the first finished cloth hangs there to drip in shade. Drops spatter on the earth. A breeze arrives from the street and smells of ground nuts, smoke, and clean sweat. The cloth moves slightly and makes a sound that is not quite paper and not quite water. It is the sound of fibers accepting a new story. The dyer skins the flower again. She studies its thickness and color as one might study cloud edges to read rain. She sets the flower aside, covers the vat with the leaf lid to let it rest, and steps to the mat to rub the second cloth between her palms. Her wrapper loosens. She readies it in one practiced pull. She speaks a few words to the child about the order of cakes in the basket, told her to knew her so that the vat receives what it can use without surprise. The child nods and repeats the words under breath, not as a lesson, but as a game. A gentle side note, Recipes here are not numbers on a board. They live in hands and noses and in what the clay remembers. A measured pinch, a certain shine on the flour, a rise and centaur are pages in a book that has no ink. At the yard's edge, a visitor sets down a bundle and unwraps a length of cloth tied and stitched into small mountains. The dyer touches each knot with a fingertip to learn how tight it is. She nods once and tells the visitor what to expect. White pots will snake through the bluin lines as steady as the hand that tied them. The visitor smiles with eyes and takes a seat on the low stool to watch the first dip. The cloth goes under. The knots drink liquid at their edges and then refuse it, protecting the small country inside them. When the cloth rises, green again, the visitor leans forward and inhales like someone reading a letter that begins well. Air writes blue into fabric slow and sure. The dyer rinses the cloth briefly in a bowl to carry away what the vat does not need to keep. She lays it across the line and smooths it with her palms from center to edge so droplets will not pool and leave pale moons. A fly circles and is brushed away by the simple lift of a hand. In the doorway a pot of porridge is stirred and left, its voice steady and satisfied. A drum far away speaks in a pattern that does not belong to the yard, but does not disturb it. The sun climbs one finger. The shade shifts a span. The vat holds warmth. The jar's walls keep the day inside, and the hours comfortable. The dyer cleans the paddle with a handful of straw and lays it across the rin. She draws a calabash of clear water and pours it through her fingers to rinse her hands. Blue washes away in smooth lines and leaves the shadows of stains that will never leave. She rubs the place between thumb and finger where the paddle wears a dimple in the palm. She smiles at a thought she does not speak, pushes a loose hair under the headcloth, and lifts the leaf cover again to look, not because the vat has changed, but because looking is a way of saying yes. Near noon, the yard will brighten and then soften again. More cloth will hang like quiet flags in the shade. Some pieces will visit my mouth many times, others will be content with two. Each will leave with a depth that suits its work in the world wrapper, sash, cover, gift. And I, who am only a jar, will keep my temper and my temperature, listening to air and plant and hand, holding a calm that spills from rim to shadow and out into the street where other labors keep their own pace. For now, the child counts the knots on the visitor's cloth. The dyer adjusts the line. The blue deepens by degrees that eyes learn to love. In the corner, the basket of cakes looks smaller, which is another way of saying the morning has done what mornings are for. By mid-morning the yard holds a slow brightness. The shade has moved a hand's width, and the line of cloth has grown from one piece to many. Each length carries its own temper. Some accept blue as if they had always wanted it. Others bargain, asking 2, 3 for immersions before answering with a depth that satisfies the eye. The dyer rests her paddle against my rim and listens. She does not listen for a sound you could name. She listens for the day's evenness, the weight of the liquid on the paddle, the easy way the flour gathers at the surface, the neat ribbon of water that runs back to my mouth from the draining board. She skims the flour once and folds it on a calabash, then draws a little aside for the child to see. "See how it wrinkles," she says softly. "Today is good." The child nods as if agreeing with weather. A gentle side note: the flour is not a flower. but it behaves like one, thin, delicate, and telling. When it blooms with the look of polished leaf, the vet carries strength. When it stutters or sinks, it asks for rest or food. Near the wall, a basket of prepared resist paste sits under damp cloth. It is made the way grandmothers showed: cassava pounded, strained, cooked with a whisper of oil and ash water, until it holds shapes like a calm mind holds instructions. A wooden cone with a narrow spout rests on a stand. When the dyer lifts it, paste writes neat lines on pale cloth. She draws a path of tiny fish scales that will remain white. She dots the centers with the tip of her fingernail, working as steadily as rain on a well-kept roof. The child watches without speaking, then practices on a small scrap, making a row of uneven stars that please everyone simply because they are new. Customers arrive in twos and threes, bringing wrappers rolled around armfuls of errands. They greet the shade like an old friend and sit on low stools near the doorway. While the dyer lifts and opens cloth, they trade small news: who planted, who traveled, who built a new clay hearth with a clever smoke path. The yard becomes a quiet market of time rather than goods. When a wrapper is done, the buyer takes its weight in her hands, rubs the edge against her cheek, and smiles at the feel that indigo gives: cool at first, then warm with skin. Another aside, softly, color here is not luxury alone. Blue travels to market and festival, to naming days and quiet chores. It marks life without insisting. A wrapper tied firm around the waist frees hands for work. The same wrapper folded becomes a gift that says, "I thought of you," without speaking the thought aloud. The dyer checks heat with a bent finger. My belly holds warmth the way clay does, slow to change, faithful once set. If the day cools too much, she coaxes the fire under the side hearth and warms a pot of water to pour a little along my shoulder. Not to shock, only to remind. The water slides in a narrow stream and disappears with barely a ripple. The child watches steam rise and vanish as if it had told a joke to the air, and then walked away satisfied. On the draining board, cloth darkens by moments. The visitor's tied piece receives its second bath. When it rises, green again, the child leans in close to see blue waking under the knots like dawn at the edge of hills. The dyer encourages patience with a small shake of the head and sets the cloth in shade. She brings another length forward, one marked with stitch resist. Tiny gathers run like short rivers across the fabric, thread pulled snug, ends left long. After dye, she will draw a knife under the thread and pull. The cloth will open like a breath and show arcs of white nested inside blue, a pattern like bird wings or ripples, depending on how you hold it. For now, the stitches look like quiet thoughts. A neighbor brings ash from yesterday's cooking fire, sifted and tied in cloth. The dyer takes it with thanks that are more in eyes than words. She aunties the bundle and smells the ash, reading the wood that made it: mango, a little palm, a handful of peel. She pinches a measure and sifts it into my mouth while the paddle moves in circles that teach the powder to disappear. A mild side note: what we might call chemistry sits here in gestures, with names: the pinch, the pause, the breath, the leaf lid, the stirring that stops before the liquid feels scalded. The body learns the vat's mood the way you learn a friend's. From the lane, a drummer's soft practice drifts in, not a call, only a reminder that elsewhere someone is teaching skin and stick to speak kindly. The dyer answers unconsciously with the rhythm of her work: lift, open, air, fold, lower, press the paddle once, twice, rest. The child hums a two-note tune that fits inside the day without taking any space. At the far peg, older cloth hangs, nearly dry. Indigo shows a powder bloom when new. She will brush it with a soft palm before folding. She checks a corner for evenness and decides to bathe it once more in clear water. A clay pot waits for this, catching the faint tint that rises. She pours it at the base of a banana plant later. The plant tells no one but the soil. Visitors come and go. A woman with a baby asleep against her back chooses a pattern with narrow ladders of white that run up a field of blue. She pays with cowries counted in a gourd, tapping each against the calabash rim with a light click to keep her count honest. The dyer slides the shells into a cloth bag and returns too, because the morning was generous, and she can afford the generosity. They touch wrists, a small, warm farewell. The child now tries the paste cone again, this time making a row of dots that wobble and then straighten. The dyer leaves the dots as they are. Tomorrow they will be part of a cloth that someone will love for reasons that have nothing to do with symmetry. She covers the paste bowl with a damp cloth and lifts the leaf lid from my wren. The scent rises, familiar and gentle. She skims the flour and sets it aside. Later it will dry and be saved because nothing that learned blue so well should be wasted. Toward noon, heat stands taller. The dyer pushes a screen into the doorway to ask the breeze to work for her. She drinks a little water and shares a handful of roasted groundnuts with the child. The nuts crack softly, the salt wakes the mouth. She wipes her fingers on a cloth that will soon be blue enough not to notice. A gentle side note, indigo stains the lines of life. Fingertips, nails, the inside of a wrist under bracelet, the edge of a headcloth, the heel of a hand. Stain becomes story in time. The stains pass to other things, pestles, paddles, the jar's rim, the wall's low corner where cloth is squeezed and turned. The visitor's tied cloth returns once more to my quiet, then rises and meets air. The child leans close. Now the dyer says, and aunties the first small knot. It releases with a tiny pop. She lifts the thread and follows it to the next knot, then the next. Each opens easily. Tight work loosens kindly when asked at the right time. White pots appear, crisp against blue, and the visitor's hands lift to cover a smile that is mostly in the eyes. The cloth, still damp, carries its map lightly and promises more when dry. The dyer lays it flat on the slanted board and smooths from center to edge again, as if closing a book. She examines one place where blue has crept under a knot and decides it is beautiful rather than wrong. The child traces a finger in the air along one path and then pulls the hand back at once, taught without words not to touch what is still telling its story. Near the hearth, a pot of porridge thickens. The dyer stirs, adds a pinch of salt, and carries to small bowls to the shade. They eat without talk, feet flat on the ground, eyes half on the line of cloth, half on nothing at all. Eating is also part of work. It sets hands back on their correct path. When the bowls are rinsed, she checks the basket to cakes remain for the day, and that is enough. She pushes the paddle's worn tip around once, twice, rests, then lifts it onto the peg. She ties the headcloth tighter against a small breeze that has found the yard. The sun moves a little, shadows redraw themselves, and the line of blue becomes a quiet parade. Some pieces will go home today. Others will return tomorrow. and the day after for borders, for fringe, for a second pattern that speaks to the first. I, the jar, keep my depth and my temper. I absorb the day's talk and give back sameness, which is another word for trust. Beyond the wall, a cart rolls on wooden wheels, and the sound grows and then fades. The child repeats the two-note tune and makes it four. The dyer laughs softly without looking up. She lifts a finished cloth, shakes it once, and the air carries a small cloud of blue that glitters for a heartbeat, and then becomes part of the yard like everything else. Afternoon settles in small degrees. Heat thins the air and then backs away, as if remembering better manners. The yard shade stretches toward the line, and the cloth responds by deepening a shade that only appears when sun has lost a little of its insistence. The dyer loosens her headcloth a thumb's width, then tightens it again in the same motion, a habit her hands keep when the day turns. She leans over Myron and studies the surface. The flour gathers in a single sheet with a fine wrinkling like the skin on cooled porridge. Good. She lays the leaf lid back just so, leaving a narrow smile of open vat, enough to breathe. She tests the paddle's weight in her palm and feels the faint pull that tells her the liquid still carries what it should. Then she lets the paddle rest and turns to finishing. At the slanted board, drying cloths have reached a stage that invites small attention. With a soft palm, she brushes away the first powder bloom that indigo leaves when fresh. It is not waste, it is a sign of abundance. The dust lifts as if regretful to go, and floats away in air that accepts everything calmly. She lays the cloth across a smooth log and rubs it with a round calabash half. The gourd's skin is burnished by years of rubbing. It glides in tight circles. The weave flattens, gains a quiet sheen, and begins to feel like the kind of fabric that pleases wrists and necks without asking. A gentle side note, pressing with a calabash is a cousin to ironing without flame. The pressure smooths, the motion warms, and the cloth learns to lie well. Some houses keep flat stones for this, some use bottles, some simply fold well and let time do the rest. Here, the gourd owns the job. She mixes a light starch in a shallow bowl, cassava water set aside from earlier work, thickened with a breath of heat. A bundle of fine grass lies ready. She dips the bundle and flicks starched droplets across a border pattern to help the edges keep their crispness. The droplets settle and vanish. The hand remembers, so that I can forget. The child returns with a small pail and a fresh cloth for wiping the paddle's handle. The dyer thanks with a glance, then shows how to wind the raffia rope tight around Myron so the tie that anchors the draining board will not slip. The child pulls knots, tucks, and pats the rope. The pat is ceremonial. The knot would hold without it. But the pat tells the knot you have not forgotten its feelings. A visitor brings a folded wrapper with a hole near the hem and asks for help. The dyer sits on the low stool, threads a needle with indigo-dyed fiber, and mends with small, even steps that look like a quiet footpath in evening light. The repair disappears into the field of blue, not as a trick, but as an understanding between cloth and eye. The visitor pays in cowries, and also adds to cola nuts that have traveled inside a pocket and carry the scent of its lining. The cola rests on the shelf near the paste bowl. It will be shared later when talk wants a small marker. Another aside, gentle and short, repair is not an admission of failure here. It is how objects practice staying. Cloth belongs to a person and to a place. Mending is a handshake between those claims. By the doorway the screen lifts with a helpful breeze, and drying borders swing and then settle. The child has been allowed to scratch a single mark on the wax tablet that tracks finished pieces. The mark is a symbol learned at the bench, not the marked one curl for a plain guy, 2 for stitched resist, 3 for paste pattern. Today shows 4s and 5s. It means work that asked for patience. The child smiles at the thought of a ledger that holds nothing but pleasing curls. The dyer lifts my leaf lid and feeds a small handful from the last cake of the day. She crushes it between fingers first, letting it learn water gradually. The paste flattens, dark and sweet-smelling in its own way. She dissolves it with care, circling the paddle until the fragments surrender and become part of the whole. She rests the paddle, covers the jar, and waits. Waiting is work. Tools understand when you are pretending to be patient. A gentle side note: vets live long but not forever. Clay cracks by seasons, not by hours. When a jar retires, its fragments grow useful again, pounded to grog that tempers the next jar. Recipes move this way too, through palms, across ears, into new vessels and new eyes. Mid-afternoon brings a short quiet. The lane holds fewer steps. Birds speak and then reconsider. The dyer eats a spoon of leftover porridge folded into a leaf, drinks cool water, and slits a piece of dried mango to the child. The child's mouth smiles at the tartness and asks silently for a second piece. The dyer declines with a small tilt of the head that promises later. The bargain is well understood. Back to the line. A piece with stitched gathers waits for threads to be drawn. She rests the blade of a small knife against a loop and lifts. The thread slides with a whisper and piles in her palm like a little nest. The cloth opens slowly, releasing arcs of white that rise from the blue like moonlit ripples on a pond. She smooths the panel with her hand and lays it on the slanted board. The pattern holds itself with the confidence of something that has always been there, revealed rather than made. A woman from down the way arrives with her mother, who carries a small stool and a larger opinion on pattern. They examine the line with serious pleasure, touching edges, weighing heaviness of shade. The mother asks for a border of narrow ladders. The daughter leans toward a field of dots. The dyer proposes both a ladder framing dots. A nod, another nod. Agreement settles like cool shade over faces. In the corner, a clay pot keeps clear rinse water. The dyer replaces it when needed, saving the used water for plants that accept a faint tint without complaint. The banana by the wall has grown well under such kindness. Its leaves bow as if grateful to any eye that will notice. The child has been practicing cones of paste on scraps. The dots no longer wobble so widely. The dyer points to a waiting length and, after a soft moment of ceremony, allows the child to lay a simple line along one edge. The line is not perfect. It does not need to be. The child places the cone in the stand with reverence, and the stand accepts the cone in the way good tools accept new hands. A mild side note: apprenticeships are not events. They are climates. People grow in certain weather, calm instruction, room for error, task size to hand and arm. In such weather, skills root themselves. Down the lane, a young drummer lifts a phrase a little too fast and then sets it down in the right place. A goat announces its very ordinary business loudly and is ignored with affection. The dyer turns the last of the day's plain cloth, lifts it, and gives it one more bath to appease the kind of customer who loves blues to be seas rather than skies. Late light begins to soften the yard's edges. The line of cloth looks like a sentence that has found its rhythm. The dyer lifts each piece once more, shakes it gently, and folds it along grooves that eyes cannot see but fingers know. Fold to palm, palm to fold, edges kissing without force. She stacks finished pieces in a shallow basket, alternating patterns so that weight distributes kindly. Between layers, she places a square of clean cotton to drink any last dampness. The basket announces its fullness by how it sits. She respects that and does not add one more. Now she tends me, not as a final thought, but as the anchor act. She skins the flour, returns it to the calabash, gives a slow stir, and reads the scent. If the day had been greedy, she would feed a pinch of ash water to settle its appetite. If the day had been shy, she would let me rest with the leaf lid snug. Today, work sat between. She wipes the rim with a wet cloth so salt will not crust and bind. She loosens the raffia belt slightly to give the rope permission to dry without hardening. She taps my shoulder, a habit, and listens to the sound deep, even, promising tomorrow. The child coils the draining rope, wrings it with both hands, and hangs it where air will have its way. The calabash cups are rinsed, set to drain on their pegs, and counted because counting too is part of care. The paste bowl receives a narrow cloth tied over its mouth, pressed at the rim so insects will locate more interesting houses. The gourd smoother goes back to its hook, gleaming from oil the dyer rubs into it with the last dry corner of a rag. Customers collect their cloths, wrap payments in small cloths of their own, and trade a little more news that will evaporate harmlessly. The mother with opinions about ladders leaves with a covered smile that predicts good talk at home. The drummer pauses, hands meandering on an invisible drumhead. The dyer tucks the two kola nuts into a crack between brick and post where they wait for evening company. As the sun leans away, the yard becomes quiet enough to hear the soft shop sounds taking stock of themselves, paddle against peg, rope creaking in a friendly way, water settling, clay cooling, chicken approving of its own roost. The dyer stands with hands on hips and lets her eyes travel the circuit, vat, board, line, basket, hearth, shelf. Nothing calls for correction. This is the shape of a good day. A final aside, barely a breath. Blue here is not only color. It is a slow agreement between plant, ash, water, clay, hand, and air. Each holds its part without hurry. The result is something you can wear, fold, trade, gift, and remember. The leaf lid comes down, sealing warmth in. The shade arrives from far walls and pulls in comfortable places. The dyer lifts the basket to her hip, ties a strip of cloth around it to keep edges honest, and steps toward the house where folding, storing, and a small visit will complete the day's sentence. The child lingers long enough to pat my wrin, a superstition that never harmed anything, then follows with the calabash cups nested like quiet bells. The jar remains, keeping breath, and a last stripe of light, content to wait for morning steps, for the paddle song, and for the moment when green turns to blue as naturally as sleep turns into rest. Evening brings its own tools. Not the paddle, not the cone, but cloths for wiping, a soft bristled brush for dust, and patience that wears a quieter face. The yard's heat has stepped back. The wall gives off stored warmth like a friendly stove taking a breath. My leaf lid settles with a comforting weight. The dyer returns after seeing baskets at where curious hands cannot misplace them, and where evening air may finish what day began. She lights a small lamp and sets it on a flat stone at the edge of the shade. The flame is short and respectful. Its light touches only what needs touching. She folds finished wrappers along the lines taught by older hands, selvage to selvage, then into thirds, then once again, so the fold holds itself without argument. Between layers she places slips of clean cotton to kiss away the last traces of damp. The cloth becomes a book of blue pages, heavy enough to mean something, light enough to travel. A gentle side note: folding is not ceremony here, it is memory made into shape. Good folds tell a buyer that hands cared for the cloth before money spoke. They also teach edges to behave, so that months from now a wrapper falls to the body without corners asking troublesome questions. The child, allowed a later hour for the sake of learning, returns with a little brush and a gourd. The brush lifts dust from the slanted board. The gourd carries clear water for rinsing the smooth stone that pressed cloth today. Not too much, the dyer murmurs, because stones prefer a cloth to a flood. The child rinses, wipes, turns the stone to find the cool side that has not seen hands since morning, and nods in satisfaction at the faint dark crescent that vanishes as air drinks it. Neighbors appear in twos, then threes, drawn by the promise of the cola and the habit of closing a day among familiar walls. They sit on stools, and on the low threshold, their talk content to travel the small roads of ordinary things, a market price that surprised no one, a hen that proved stubborn and then reasonable, a child's new tooth. The dyer listens while winding a length of raffia on its peg, passing the end through a loop and pulling it gentle tight. One neighbor lifts the gourd smoother and rubs its skin with a drop of oil from a tiny Potter contribution, her way of saying thanks to an object that works as hard as people do. From the lane, the drummer gives the evening phrase that is not quite music and not quite message. It drifts like smoke and mingles with the oil lamp scent. The dyer breaks the cola nut with a firm twist, reveals its pale quarters, and offers them around with a pinch of ground pepper. Bitterness wakes mouths, talk takes one soft step faster, and then finds a comfortable pace again. The child watches faces more than words, learning which wrinkles mean agreement, which mean amusement, which mean keep listening and say nothing. The leaf lid on my mouth lifts once, just a little. The dyer peeks, not to stir, not to feed, only to greet the quiet within. The flower has settled into a thin skin, and troubled. She lowers the lid again and slides her hand along the rim where salt sometimes wants to grow. The rim is clean, even, and grateful for attention it did not strictly need. A mild aside, that's like me dislike surprises. What seems like superstition, lids lifted a thumb's width, ropes padded, rims wiped. Paddles hung with handles turned the same way is actually a language of small agreements. Consistency gives color the courage to behave. The last of the day's visitors brings a length of plain cloth intended for pattern tomorrow. She and the dyer kneel with the paste bowl between them and discuss, with few words and many gestures, the path of dots and lines. The dyer sketches a test on a shard of smooth calabash with the cone's tip. The visitor nods and points, indicating where a ladder should turn into river ripples, where a field of dots might thicken near the border and thin toward the center. The child, careful as a cat, slides the paste bowl nearer when asked, and away when not. Plans end with palms pressed lightly to cloth. Promise may, promise understood. The light leans down to the level of the slanted board. The dyer snuffs the small flame between damp fingers, hears the courteous TS, and sets the lamp aside, chimney wrapped in a rag so dust will not find it overnight. She stacks the folded wrappers in a covered basket, the kind with a lid that sits like a hat, and ties it with a flat ribbon that lies obediently. She slides a thin stick through the loop. Tomorrow's carry handle improvised from today's trimming. Small solutions make the day polite to the morning that must follow. Before closing the yard, she tends the hearth. The side fire, the one used to warm water when my belly asked, receives a handful of ash to tame its last red embers. The main hearth, where porridge cooked and kettles breathe, is raked until only a gentle glow remains, then covered so a coal can be found with ease at dawn. The child spreads the sweepings thin along the wall where dust enjoys being quiet. Chickens in their corners settle with a murmur, heads tucked, feet doing one last thoughtful shuffle. Night steps in. The lane becomes a measured corridor of footfalls and low talk. Over the wall, someone sings a line that ends before the second line begins. The dyer wipes her hands on a cloth already marked by hundreds of such endings. She touches the peg where the paddle hangs and stills it with a fingertip so it will not swing and tap in the night. A swinging paddle makes a sound that stirs the mind. Quiet is a gift you offer to your sleeping self. She closes the yard door to its latch, not locked yet, and sits a moment on the threshold, feet unpacked, earth still warm from day. The child leans against her shoulder and says the day backward in 5 small sentences. We fed the vat, we tied the rope, we unpicked the stitches, we folded the blue. We promised the pattern. The dyer adds one more. We let the vat rest. The child repeats it, softly to learn its weight. A gentle side note. Days are counted many ways by suns, by ledgers, by bow and shadow. Here, the hand's checklist is often the truest. What we touched, what we left, what we will greet again. They stand. The dyer lifts a small jar of ash water and a cloth and sets them inside the doorway for dawn. This is not forgetfulness. It is preparation that enjoys seeing itself waiting. She takes the covered basket in one hand, rests it against her hip, and with the other hand draws the door until the latch speaks its tiny wooden word. Inside the house, night work continues in its lighter key. The basket settles on a shelf. A shallow dish receives cowries counted earlier. The dyer tips the shells and listens to their brief music, and lays the gourd scoop on top like a lid with a memory. She writes a mark on a small board with a bit of charcoal, 3 pieces to deliver in the morning, 1 border yet to paste. The mark will mean something tomorrow and nothing the day after. That is how lists prefer to live. Outside, I keep my silence and my mild warmth. Play cools slowly, which is another kindness. The flower shrinks to a thin polish. Ash balances with plant in the way it does when the day was not greedy. A gecko, curious and respectful, hides along my room and leaves no trace. Night air brings a hint of damp from a far well. The rope hanging on the peg dries in a straight line. The draining board breathes. Later, much later, the dyer returns with a small lamp to check the yard once more, as if to be sure a well-loved room has tucked itself in. She presses her palm flat against my shoulder to feel temperature, The way one checks a child's brow without stirring sleep. Warm. Not hot. Honest. She smiles in the quiet that belongs to people who keep long friendships with objects. She straightens the calabash stack just because her hand wants to and leaves the door on its simple latch again. Midnight lives somewhere else tonight. Here, there is only the little rhythm of night insects and the softer rhythm of breath in the house. I hold what I hold. The walls keep stories they cannot tell but serve. In my bottom, today's blue waits to be tomorrow's. The leaf lid becomes the moon's cousin for a while and then only a leaf again. Toward false dawn, a cool travels the yard and checks each corner with impartial fingers. Clay tightens and then relaxes. The rope remembers its twist. The board looks forward to work. The chickens murmur and then decide silence is better. Close to morning, the first footfall sounds on the lane. The baker's boy, perhaps, or the drummer who likes to see a day in profile before he speaks to it. Inside, a human hand finds a small coal under ash, blows a thread of life into it, and coaxes flame toward kettle. A second hand reaches for the headcloth laid on the peg by habit. Another wraps a strip of cloth around a waist that knows the measure of the day. The door lifts to its wooden word. Shade greets stepping feet. The first word of morning is air, and the second is water. And here, under this thatch, I wait with the same patience I learned the day I took my first pour. The paddle will circle. The flower will bloom. Green will turn to blue in slow breath. Stains will mark lines on ponds, and those lines will write lines on cloth. The lesson is not new, and so it is always welcome. Morning begins with a hush that is not silence, only readiness. The door's latch gives its small wooden word. Feet cross the threshold. The dyer's shadow reaches me first, then her hands. She carries the same cloth, and ash water she set waiting last night, proof that the evening's intention kept its shape while everyone slept. She lifts the leaf lid with care and tips it to catch the first slant of light. The surface shows its thin skin, wrinkled as if it remembered dreams. She reads the scent and nods. In my belly, warmth holds steady. She rubs a pinch of ash between finger and thumb, feeling for softness, then lets it fall through spread fingers like a slow rain. The child arrives rubbing eyes with the back of a wrist and takes his place by the draining board, where the rope already hangs obedient. A gentle side note, days are not copies here. They are variations on a theme, air slightly drier, ash a touch sweeter, the flower more cohesive, the clay just so. The body that tends color listens first, then acts. The first cloth of the day carries a border pasted yesterday, small ladders, and a drifting feel. The paste has dried to a firm, pale line. The dyer lays the cloth across her forearms, lowers it into my quiet, and presses it under with the back of the paddle so no bubble hides. She counts in the unhurried measure taught to her, one breath to settle, one to greet, one to remember, and lifts the cloth to air. Green returns for a moment like an old friend already turning to leave. Blue follows, the shade that looks like early river. She hangs the cloth with its paste edges intact, the ladders still pale, the field ready to darken around them. She stirs with a circle and a half. The paddle's worn tip writes a signature on the surface and vanishes. The child hums a phrase that fits the motion, then stops to listen to something smaller, the clean drip from line to bowl, the nearly inaudible sigh the cloth makes as wind passes through it. He checks the rope's knot and pats it once. As always, customers come early today. A wedding sits to mark its away, and hands want blue to join it. A woman sets down her bundle and shows the dyer a headscarf, frayed thin where fingers always tie their knot. The dyer considers, then cuts a narrow strip from a fresh, deep piece and splices it into the scarf's edge with tiny stitches that ride the weave rather than pierce it harshly. She turns the seam in her fingers and rubs it once. The repair learns to belong. Another aside, light as steam, replacement is not the first thought here. Continuity has a texture people trust. New sits next to old until both decide they are the same thing. The paste cone comes out for the child. Under the dyer's hand, he draws a short river path along a border. It wavers, then steadies. He lifts the cone exactly when told. The path thins at the right place. He smiles, not widely, but deep enough to show that his hand has met a friend. The dyer covers the paste again with the damp cloth and tucks the cone into its stand where it can breathe without hardening. The vat receives a bit of feeding powder crushed into paste in the palm, warmed with a sip of that liquor in a calabash, then eased back through the flour with a widow's careful hand. The dyer stirs and waits. Waiting tastes like work today, sweeter for being brief. She tests again with a short dip of scrap, lifts it, and watches how quickly air writes blue. Satisfied, she unknots the stitched gathers from yesterday's piece. Threads come free in a small pile. The cloth opens like a yawn. Arcs step across the field, nested, precise, but white like shallow water over sand. She turns the calabash smoother in her hands, letting the skin warm. It will press later. For now she returns to me with a heavy piece destined for a deep shade. 2 immersions are not enough. 3 are better. Forgive the cloth the density the buyer wants, a blue that reads as weight without ever being loud. Between dips, she lifts and opens, coaxes air through and listens with eyes. A woman from the next compound arrives with a bowl of millet cakes wrapped in leaf. She exchanges them for a small border the dyer promised to educate. Barter sits next to coin without rank. The dyer pauses to cull a quarters in return, equalizing a balance that never needed to be exact to be fair. They share a brief note about the drummers, new phrase opinions agree, and the morning continues itself. A gentle side note, the yard is not a shop alone. It is a page where news writes itself politely. Whether rivals sewing, taste things that travel through hands and become useful. The child now goes to the shelf and returns with the wax tablet. He draws today's first curl, one small mark for plain dye that his teacher accepts with a nod. He adds a second curl when the stitched piece opens. He draws a third when the paste ladders meet their first color. Those marks will be wiped clean when the basket leaves, which is another lesson. Counts are promises kept, not things to hoard. Sun clears the roof line and finds the rim of my leaf lid. The shadow shifts a finger's width toward the draining board. The first pieces of the day start to show their powder bloom. The dyer brushes it off with a soft palm and folds the cloth along the lines it prefers. She lays a narrow slip of cotton between layers. She rubs the edge with the calabash half until the weave shines modestly. Near the hearth, a kettle breathes. The dyer warms a little water and tips it along my shoulder, just a whisper to keep the belly companionable with the hour. Play answers by holding the flower wrinkles in the agreeable way. She skins its edge and lays it aside on a calabash to dry. Later, she will add the dried flower back in a small way because the vet likes to remember itself. The street gives back footsteps. A man brings a narrow sash with a tear across the middle. Caught on a peg, he says with a shake meant to say, was not my fault, though no one asked. The dyer lays the sash face down and inserts a thin underlay of cloth inside the tear. She hem-stitches along both sides and then smooths the sash with the gourd. The repair lies as flat as the day asked for. She collects a few curries and also learns that the market salt has improved. This is information a yard enjoys, even if it buys little. The child returns from the well with a small jar of clean water. He pours it slowly into the rinse pot, then sets the jar upside down on its rim to dry, so dust cannot enter. He looks at the line of cloth and counts quietly, not to have a number, but to let numbers become a comfortable language. He pats the rope knot again because it feels good to make it good not feel seen. By mid-morning, the basket thickens with folded blues. The dyer ties it with a strip of cloth, passes the strip through its own loop, and pulls with the little tug that keeps the bow easy to undo. She places the basket near the door where sun will not find it, and she lays the order slips, names written in chalk on smooth shards on top in the sequence that matches footsteps she expects. A shard reads ladder and dots. Another reads deep plain border later. They look like stones from a thoughtful river. The dyer thinks of noon. She tests the vat again with a fingertip and reads in the scent that it will welcome a rest after one more piece. She selects a cloth that wants a medium shade, dips, lifts, airs, dips again, and then lays it on the board to drain. The day holds its evenness. The leaf lid lowers for a short nap. A mile aside, many crafts move in arcs, beginning, brightening, resting, beginning again. Pushing against the arc only makes it longer. Here, acceptance shortens the distance between intent and finish. The last customer of the morning is a grandmother who arrives with two small children, and a wrapper folded so that the corner with the stain shows first. The stain tells of palm oil, bright and committed. The dyer sees it and offers the ordinary remedy, a paste worked into the mark, then rinsed, then a fresh dip to persuade the eye to read blue rather than memory. She explains the stages to the children, who listen because a new task has appeared. One holds the bowl, the other counts slow as paste rests. The grandmother tells a short story about cloth that traveled to a festival when she was young. Her voice trims the edges of the morning until they lie smooth. When the wrapper hangs in shade with its past reinterpreted, the dyer lifts my lid once more, smooths the surface with the back of the paddle, and sets the leaf down firm. She wipes the rim with a damp cloth. She ties the raffia belt in a lazy loop so it can be tightened without waking it. She sets the calabash cups upside down, their mouths safe from dust. She rinses the gourd smoother and hangs it by its strap where air can finish the job. She looks upward, the thatch shows no new mischief, and downward the packed 4 holes. The child closes the wax tablet with its chalky marks and draws a thumb across it to blur the curls into readiness for afternoon. He fetches the cloth for covering the paste bowl and presses the edges with 2 fingers and a small sigh that means done for now. The dyer eats a piece of millet cake and shares the last bite with him, neither commenting on the fairness, both understanding it. They carry the basket inside together, one at each handle, elbows tucked, steps matched. They set it on the low shelf with the respectful thud of something that will travel. The dyer writes 3 small memos on a board. Deliver ladder dots, return sash, rest vet. She sets the chalk on the board's ledge so midday hands won't have to ask morning eyes where it went. Before leaving the yard, she returns to me for a final gesture. She places her palm flat on my shoulder, as last night, and counts to 4. 4 is not special, it just holds the right length today. She raises her hand, turns it over, and looks at the faint blue that the rim always gives back. She smiles. The child places his palm beside the mark and then lifts it, pleased to see his smaller stain like a safe shadow of hers. He will wash later for now. The mark is a badge. They close the door, again not locked, only latched because they will be back in the hour that sits between food and afternoon. The yard sevels. A gecko explores the rope again. A fly tries the paste cloth and decides against it. The line sways almost not at all. The flower mends itself in the dim cool under the leaf. Clay holds its temper. A gentle side note, the last for this place today. Objects take care of us when we take care of them. Clay remembers what hands teach. Color keeps faith with bodies that move at its speed. If this sounds like a story, that is because work told it slowly enough for us to hear. Soon the basket will step through the lane, blues folded like calm water. Faces will brighten a little in ways that do not need proof. Later, the vat will open again, the flower lifted, the paddles circling, green meeting air and deciding to be blue. The line will grow, the board will drink and give, and the gourd will draw small circles until shine appears. Night will arrive, and the leaf lid will be the moon's cousin again. Morning will follow with its wooden word at the latch. All this is ordinary, and because it is ordinary, it is gentle. And now, as we leave this shaded yard where ash plant and clay agree on color, we will walk to a stone kitchen before dawn, where a bell and a wooden peel set bread and broth on their way. Before the first bell, the kitchen breathes a little on its own. The great door sits half-latched, and cool air lays a thin hand across flagstones worn smooth by centuries of quiet feet. Ash in the oven's mouth remembers yesterday as a pale map. A wooden peel leans against the wall like a tall, patient oar. The rushes on the floor hold a light dusting of flour that looks in this half-dark, like frost that decided to live indoors. A lay brother enters with the steady gait of someone who knows which boards complain. His robe is wool, undyed and honest, rope belt knotted where the hand always finds it. He touches the lintel in passing, not superstition exactly, more the greeting of wood and skin that have kept company a long time. He sets a small lantern on the table and lifts the hooded cover. The flame shows its quiet face. Light stops at the edges of bowls and ladles and then changes its mind and goes a finger farther. He rakes last night's coals into a small hill with an iron tool smoothed by use. He tests the oven's leftover warmth with the back of his hand, the way bakers do in places where clocks do not yet pronounce. Heat answers politely from deep stone. He feeds a few sticks to the kindled heart and leaves the draught open a feather's width, not to rush the fire, only to help it remember. A gentle side note, monastic kitchens loved evenness. Fire that gallops warps bread, fire that sulks leaves broth honest but sad. A good cook here asks for a temperate middle coals that speak in low syllables, steam that does its work without boast. He measures water into a blackened pot, each ladle rising and falling with a hollow chap that the room has learned to call morning. The pot sits on a trivet above patient embers. Beside it, a crock of barley waits with the calm of grain that has soaked all night. He tips a measure into the pot and stirs with a wooden spoon that has been mended twice, once at the handle, once at the bowl with a peg-driven patch. The spoon's repairs shine with a rubbed beeswax that smells faintly of honey and the chapel's candles. On the table, a cloth covers the dough that was mixed by lamplight yesterday, coarse flour, warm water, a handful of leaven kept like a small lamb from batch to batch, and salt pinched with 2 fingers, no more, no less. He lifts the cloth and inhales the quiet sour that marks life at work. The dough has risen like a hill that knows where to stop. He turns it onto the board with 3 practiced movements, 1, 2, 3, and the weight lands like a sleeping cat. He dusts his palms and the board with flour from a linen bag whose drawstring is tied with the knot everyone here learns in the first week. He divides the dough by side, not scale, shaping each piece with firm gentleness. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The surface tightens under his palms and smooths. He tucks the seam beneath so the loaf will carry its own strength. He lines shaped rounds on a wooden tray and covers them with the cloth again, not smothering, simply asking them to finish thinking while the oven wakes to its task. From a shelf low, because most things here stay near hand, he takes a bunch of herbs hung upside down by twine. Savory, a little parsley, to stems of rue for those who still insist it helps their digestion. He runs his thumb and finger down the stems, catching leaves in his palm, then chops them with a short knife on a low board that fits under his hand like a prayer book. The knife's edge straights in small strokes on a steel that is more habit than necessity. Leaves fall into a wooden bowl. He sets the bowl near the pot so steam may teach the herbs their future. There is a leather water bucket in the corner near the pump. He sets it under the spout, works the handle once, twice, until the cold thread becomes a ribbon. He fills a jug and returns it to the table, stoppered with a cloth and a peg. A second brother arrives, younger, eyes still soft with sleep, and bows his head the width of 2 fingers, a greeting that does not bother the air. He washes his hands under the jug, the water falling into a basin with a sound that has waked this kitchen longer than anyone remembers. He wipes on a linen cloth reserved for hands. Another cloth nearby keeps company with pot handles only. Order here has the friendliness of good fences. A mild aside, the rule in such houses is not a chain but a rhythm. Bells measure the day. Tasks meet those bells like notes meeting lines. If you keep the tempo, peace tends to sit down beside you. They grind salt. Not much, because some brothers dislike the throat's thirst after. The mortar is stone, the pestle a smooth knot of wood that fits the palm with the self-importance of old tools. The salt breaks and becomes useful. They add a pinch to the barley pot and another pinch to a second pot where leaks, chopped earlier by yesterday's hands, wait with rinsed cabbage to become a broth that does not aim to impress anyone. The oven's bricks glow at their centers, a color like old coals in memory. He tests again with his hand, then with a twist of straw that hazes and darkens but does not flare. Good. He sweeps the oven floor with a damp cloth fixed to a pole, catching ash and ghosts. The peel slides and feels for the far brick, learns it, and slides out. He moves the loaves with a steady bent back straight to peel to oven, oven to empty tray. The dough sighs when it meets the heat, a small surrender, neither dramatic nor reluctant. He closes the door with a wooden bung that fits its hole the way a well-made thumb fits a problem. He sets a water clock, a simple bowl with a hole, and floats it in a larger basin. It will sink by degrees and tell him, without speaking, when to turn the loaves. He glances at the hour candle marks along its length, guide the eye, and lights it from the lantern with a match pulled from a little jar of sulfur-tipped splinters. He holds the flame sideways just enough so wax learns to yield. From the far side, a third brother brings a basket of onions and a small net of garlic cloves. He wears an apron of thick linen that bears the history of soups in faded circles. Together they peel and slice. Onion skins crinkle like old letters. The smell starts sharp, and then softens when the slices meet warm fat in a shallow pan. The younger brother stirs and mindfully breathes through his mouth, as older cooks advised. He smiles when his eyes betray him anyway. A gentle side note: kitchens learn faces as well as faces learn kitchens. The room remembers who cries over onions and who curls their hand just so to slide a loaf. This memory is not mystical. It is accumulated looking, which is one of the forms of love that doesn't use the word. They add chopped leeks to the pan, then cabbage ribbons, then a ladle of barley water to persuade everything to speak to one another. Steam rises with a smell like gardens at noon. The older brother sprinkles in herbs, looks once, and adds a bit of yesterday's broth saved for this very purpose. Flavor teaching flavor, day speaking today. The water clock kisses the basin's bottom. He opens the oven and turns the loaves with the peel, each round pirouetting on the hot brick, browned where it met the floor, pale where it faced the ceiling. He swaps front to back, back to front. Heat licks evenly now. He closes the door again and draws a small cross in flour on the table where no one will see it but the table. Habit, gratitude, breath. From the passage, the bell gives its first small voice. Vigils end, prime ne'er. The brothers work a touch faster without hurrying. One sets wooden bowls in a row, each with a wooden spoon whose handle rests on the rim at the same angle. Another tears yesterday's coarse loaf into steady pieces for those who will want bread before new bread cools. A small pot of whey warms near the barley, to thumb-sized pats of butter wait on a chipped dish for the infirmarian's portion. They taste the broth with the tip of a spoon and their lips, then add a last pinch of salt and a squeeze from a cloth-wrapped clove of garlic that yields more kindly for its wrapping. The younger brother grins at the trick, the older nods, not claiming the invention, only the usefulness. When the bell's larger voice arrives, they are ready to pause. The oven, closed, holds its heat. The pots, moved to the cooler edge, think their thoughts slowly. They wipe the board, cover the bowls, and pull the door nearly to, leaving the kitchen in a state that could be resumed by a hand that had only been gone a minute. They step into the corridor's half-light, robes whispering like broom on rushes. The kitchen remains with its warm breath and quiet intentions, bowls waiting like open palms, loaves rounding their last minutes toward brown. The bell's echo folds itself into stone and fades. Footsteps return along the passage, not hurried, robes answering the ankles with a soft brush. A thin stripe of morning finds the high window and lays a pale bar across the worktable. The older brother lifts the wooden latch. The kitchen accepts him back without surprise. He touches the oven door. Heat hums from within like a memory kept faithfully. He listens and then opens. The loaves carry the brown that means ready, not the dark that scolds. With the peel he lifts each one, holds it near his ear, and taps the bottom hollow, a sound like a small drum with a satisfied heart. He sets them on slatted racks so air may wander all around without asking permission. A gentle side note: bread cools best where air can walk under and over in equal kindness. Racks teach air its manners. Cloth teaches steam to leave without stealing the crust's courage. The younger brother sets bowls in a neat procession along the long table, barley here, broth there, way to the side. He arrays wooden spoons with their handles all pointing to the right so a drowsy hand does not fumble. He lays clean cloths where drip and crumb will want companions. From a shelf he brings a salt pig, wipes its nose with his sleeve and sets it not on the table but near the end, where those who must will find it, and those who need not will forget it exists. They portion barley with a ladle that learned its measure years ago. The ladle's rim leaves a ring that repeats down the line, a quiet arithmetic the eyes trust without counting. Into the broth pot the older brother drops a heel of yesterday's loaf, rubbed with garlic, to soften. He fishes it out and places it in a small bowl for Brother Anselm, whose teeth negotiate only with gentle food. A dab of butter slips across the surface like a polite bolt. Through the door steps the cellar, key ring low at his belt, a bundle of wax tablets under his arm. He stands within the threshold so his shoes do not contest the swept rushes. Wine is sufficient, he says mildly. Ale to be drawn after terse. He glances at the cooling bread, nods, and leaves a small pouch of dried peas wrapped in linen as payment in the kitchen's private economy favor answered with provisions. No ledger entries needed because the ledger lives in habits. The older brother scores the new loaves with a short-bladed knife, the sign of this house, a simple cross that helps crust yield to hands and reminds people where their food began and ends. He sets two on a board for the refectory, one for the infirmary, one for the porter to share with those who wait at the gate. The remaining loaves rest on the rack and crackle as their crusts tighten and relax. The sound is feather-light, like ice finding itself on a pond at first frost. From the herb bunch laid aside earlier, the younger brother plucks a few tender leaves to finish the broth. The green lands on the surface and wakes to the heat. He stirs once, not for show but to permit the scent to rise and inform the air. A jug of cool water sits nearby, cloth-stoppered, its sides beaded faintly, stone and shade keep it honest. A mild aside, kitchens like this kept to clocks, bell, and broth. You followed one with your feet, and the other with your nose and fingers. Neither lied if you listened. The first door opens. The infirmarian steps in, hands clean and sleeves rolled, carrying a shallow basket lined with a towel. For two, he says softly. One fever lightened, one appetite still thin. The older brother chooses a smaller heel, a softer crumb, a ladle of the top of the broth where oil is least shy, and a little way worn to kindness. He tucks the towel over the basket's contents, and adds a sprig of something green because eyes eat too even when stomachs hesitate. The infirmarian thanks him with a look that includes last winter and next spring and carries the basket away. Now the refectorian arrives with a cart whose front wheel remembers every stone in the passage. He stacks bowls and sets them on the cart shelf into turns, then sets the breadboard across the top like a lid. Reading today, the younger brother asks. The homily of Gregory comes the answer, and the life of a sage who traveled only in circles. They all smile without showing teeth. Circles are familiar country here. The kitchen pauses to watch steam thin as the cart passes the door. The older brother pulls a cloth over the remaining bowls to keep warmth nested. He slides the oven's bung half open to lull the fire. A kettle moves to the hotter part, another shifts to rest. He wipes the table with a barely damp cloth and shakes crumbs into his palm, then into the foul pail where scraps become tomorrow in feathers and eggs. A gentle side note, waste here has a short life. Bones become broth, broth becomes bread softener, peelings become hen talk, stale bread plays again as sops. Emptiness learns new work quickly. When hands are free, they tend the quiet chores that make later hours smooth. The younger brother trims the ends of leaked tops into tidy lengths for drying string weights, and rafters will accept the gifts without commentary. He slides the knife along with the blades back against his index finger, not to hurry, only to keep slices agreeing with each other. He threads the greens intertwined with a rhythm that would lull, if everything else were not already half asleep. The older brother opens the cool pantry's small door into a space that smells of wood, clean damp, and good secrets. Stone shelves hold crocks of pickled beets and onions, little barrels of salted fish for fast days. A wheel of cheese turned yesterday and marked with thumbprints so the seller will know who owes the inch to whom. He wipes condensation from one crock's lid with a linen square, because water left to itself invites mischief. He checks the hop-scented ale barrel's tap for a bead that shouldn't be there. It isn't. He nods to the room as to an old friend and closes the door gently so the latch will not learn to slam. Back on the table, a wax tablet lies open with a stub of stylus near it. He writes in neat, unhurried strokes. Barley half a measure, herbs parsley, savory bread 5, weigh small. A thin smear of wax over old notes tells stories of winter stews, autumn apples, harvest loaves. The stylus is flat and smooths the words away when no longer needed. Nothing here makes noise to prove it has happened. From the cloister a thin chant rises, drifts, and becomes a wall the kitchen leans on without thinking. The younger brother, humming not the chant but a cousin of it, checks the wash bench. He fills the trough with warm water from a kettle and a little ash lye. Wooden bowls go in rest and come out to meet a brush with bristles softened by years. He rinses them in clear water, shakes them once, and sets them to dry on the rack at a tilt that pleases gravity. Spoons follow, then the ladle. The washing cloth is rinsed last, and hung where sun will find it later. The bench wiped gives a low sigh of approval that only someone who loves benches could hear. A mild aside, wood remembers kindness and returns it. If you keep it oiled, it neither cracks nor sulks. If you dry it in light and air, it thanks you by lasting longer than impatience. A novice appears with a small sack of coarse salt from the gate payment in kind from a neighbor who borrowed a spade last week. He empties it into the stone jar, tapping the sack to persuade shy crystals. The jar, already old when the oldest brother first carried a bucket, shows a hairline along one side. The older brother wraps a narrow iron band around its middle and tightens it with a wedge and mallet until the stone gives a contented chink. He notes on the wax tablet, in a line that only he will read, band to be tapped again when the year turns. They are creeps, The bell for terse will speak soon. They plan ahead in their quiet language. Peas after, says one. Soap now, replies the other, and tips the dried peas from the cellar's linen into a bowl of water. He picks out the pebbles and the tired ones, sets the good ones by the window where they can learn sophos, while the brothers learn prayers. The bowl's surface takes on the look of a mild afternoon. He steps to the door and breathes the quartz air, the kind that has walked around columns and cooled by touching stone. He looks toward the kitchen garden, a tangle only to eyes that do not know it. To the gardener, it is a score red easily sage by the path, thyme in the sunny strip, chives like green quills, and a square of turnips planted close enough to socialize, but not enough to quarrel. A row of beans waits on brushwood, and straw lies between beds where feet prefer to remain clean. He will cut a handful of thyme after terse. The plant accepts small thefts with good humor. Back inside, the older brother tips the barley pot to its coolest resting place and draws a cloth over the rack of cooling bread to keep inquisitive flies philosophical. He takes the peel and rubs its edge with a scrap of oiled rag so the wood will remember not to splinter at someone else's inattention. He checks the oven once more, sees a last streak of ember that wants to be something, and nudges it into company or separates it with the reek to small motions that prevent surprise later. The bell speaks. The necks are in bronze that has learned this work longer than any hand. They pause the way the kitchen always pauses, tools set down exactly where the hand will invite them to resume. Fire given a small word of patience. Doors pulled close, but not sulking. They step into the passage with sleeves straight and minds already loosening from spoons and peels to take up words and notes. The kitchen stays behind in a kind of awake sleep. Bread finishes its soft crackling. Bowls dry by becoming light. The wax tablet waits with patient words. The herb bowl breathes its green into the room. And the oven, like a large, thoughtful animal, keeps just enough warmth to be happy when they return. Sun has climbed to a place the high window understands. A square of light moves across the wall inch by inch, treating the stone like a slow page. The brothers return from terse, sleeves pushed to the same useful height, minds rethreaded to ladles and knives. The kitchen receives them with the comfortable indifference of a room that never lost itself while they were away. The peas have swollen from pebbles to small moons. The younger brother tips them into a sieve and lets the water fall in a shining sheet, then spreads the peas on a cloth to inspect for stragglers that stayed hard. Those spared the pot go to the fall pail, where justice is simple and circular. He slides the good peas into a low pot with fresh water, a bay leaf from a jar, and a slice of onion saved earlier. The pot finds a calm spot on the hearth where bubbles will rise like shy thoughts rather than arguments. A gentle side note, legumes here lead quiet, live-soaked, simmered, pressed into pottage or set under bread as sops. They do not try to be stew, they try to be enough. The older brother lifts the cloth from the bread rack and turns each loaf on its side, then on its back to cool evenly. He taps the bottoms again, not to test this time, but because the sound pleases him, a small drum roll of success. Crust flakes whisper down like brown snow. He gathers them into his palm and carries them to a jar where crumbs wait to thicken tomorrow's broth. He takes up the small knife and trims leek tops into neater flags for drying, threading them onto a string with a rhythm that matches the swing of the R. The rafters accept their new company. A breeze finds the greens and sets them to the slightest of motions, as if they, too, are practicing patience. From the pantry, he brings a crock of pickled beets. The lid opens with the agreeable pop of a seal giving way to purpose. Vinegar rises a clean, decisive scent. He lifts beet rounds with a wooden fork, sets them to drain, and saves the ruby liquid for a little color suits some afternoons. He adds a spoon to the peas when they are nearly done, because sour asks sweet to stand up straight. The younger brother goes to the garden with a small basket and comes back with thyme in tight fists, a sprig of marjoram, 2 handfuls of chives cut with a knife that kisses only greens, and 3 turnips the size of friendly fists, their tails still dusty. He washes the turnips under the pump and rubs their skins with a cloth until they squeak. He trims and quarters them into the peas, where they will lend themselves without commentary. A mild aside, gardens and cloister walls are tidy only to those who tend them, to others they are forgiving puzzles. Plant by habit, harvest by eye, rotate by season, and trust the old path of sun across brick. The seller returns with a small cask, the bung sealed with resin, and sets it near the cool floor. Ale for the field hands, he says, draw when the cart creaks. He leaves a chalkboard, 5 to the orchard, 3 to the bean rows, and a quiet 1 to the gate for any traveler. The older brother nods, wipes the tap with a rag dipped in clean water, and sets a shallow pan under it to dissuade drips from teaching ants bad habits. At the long table, the younger brother sprinkles coarse salt over sliced onions laid on a cloth, then rolls them inside like a scroll. He presses lightly to coax water, then shakes the rings loose into a pan with a spoonful of fat. A patient hiss begins. He adds a pinch of thyme and lets the fragrance choose at its level without help. He checks the water clock's basin and rinses it clear, sets it upside down to dry, then lifts the hour candle to scrape a line where noon will pass. He does not hurry the scraping. Wax prefers to be asked, not told. The lantern's wick receives a trend so future flames will know their shapes. A visitor stands at the threshold, hat in hand, coat dusty with honest work. The porter has sent him with a token, a small wooden disc that tells the kitchen the man is to be fed. The older brother sets a bowl of peas and turnips, a thick heel of bread, and a beet or 2 oiled very lightly, all on a board by the door. He adds a ladle of thin ale into a cup that shows its pewter with a dignified dullness. God keep you, he says, not a flourish, a habit. The visitor inclines his head, eats outside under the cloister walk, and returns the cup with the grateful slowness of a man who is not chased by any clock but hunger. A gentle side note. Charity here is as structured as the shelves, no trumpet, no ledger beyond a tally on a board that goes to dust at week's end. It works because it is ordinary. Heat changes over the hearthstones the way music modulates. Peas at a whisper, barley sleeping, a small pan of onions in a middle register, a kettle singing a soft note near the hook. The older brother slides a little trivet closer to the coals and sets there a pan of crumbs, stirs until they toast, and tips them into a jar. He looks pleased by the simple alchemy, stale to nutty, which will rescue a thin soup tomorrow or add a top to greens today. He takes a square of cloth and rubs oil into the long peel again, not from need but affection. The tool's edge deepens to the familiar brown that keeps splinters imaginary. He touches the oven's brick with the back of his hand, feels the stored warmth and plans, a second baking after sext perhaps. If Brother Matthew brings flour as promised, The younger brother lays a board with slices of cheese and a small pile of chives, snipped short as straw. He dots the cheese with the green and sets the board on the cool slab, covering it with a damp cloth to invite a marriage of flavors while nobody is watching. He retrieves a crock of honey from the pantry and turns it once with a wooden spoon, slow sun captured in a pot, then ties the cloth again because flies do not respect the rule of silence. A mild aside, paring is one of kitchen's softer sciences. Cheese with chive, beet with vinegar, pea with thyme, bread with everything. Rarely does anything stand alone in monasteries, neither do people. Sext comes and goes like a breath, a short bell, a short prayer. The brothers leave and return with the lightness that speaks of practice. A cart creaks in the yard, hay sweet in the air, leather warm. The older brother draws ale into earthen mugs, sets them on a board, and lifts it to the window where a hand from outside will take them. He wedges the door with his foot and passes out bread ends and onions too, because field hands learn more efficiently on a foundation. He wipes the tap, sighs a small sigh that might be satisfaction, and returns to the peas. They yield to the spoon without breaking into complaint. He salts them just enough and lets the turnips finish the sentence. The younger brother lifts the beet slices, now shiny, onto a plate and adds a faint drizzle from their own vinegar, as if signing a letter. From the far bench, a crock gives a tiny pop. Its seal had been too proud. Warm air made it modest again. The older brother reseats the lid with a thumb and sets a shallow weight on top, a smooth river stone with a worn cross scratched into it, a stay said to a jar by a friend. He brings out flour to sacks, one coarse, one finer, and tips a measure of each into a wide bowl. He adds warm water from the kettle, a handful of yesterday's leaven, and the pinch of salt that palms now weigh without looking. He stirs with a wooden spatula, then turns the shaggy mass onto the board to knead. Push, fold, turn. The motion reads like scripture he knows by heart, often the same, never boring. The dough becomes less sticky, more polish appears on its skin, and the bench begins to sound like a patient drum again. A gentle side note. Leaven here lives in a small jar and in collective memory. When a brother travels to a daughter house, he sometimes carries a lump wrapped in cloth, a piece of home that will become bread somewhere else by breathing different air. The younger brother takes the wash bench again, refreshing the ashly water with a ladle, laying bowls in like boats into a still harbor. He scrubs each with a gentleness that has nothing to prove. He sets spoons edge down, not bowls up, so water leaves without sulking. He wipes the bench boards, and the wood makes that low sound of agreement he has come to love. A novice pokes his head in, hair still damp from the garden pump. Brother Matthew sends word the miller delayed till none. He reports, eyes apologetic as if he had personally offended the flour. The older brother nods, adjusts interior plans as if rearranging a shelf, and smiles. Then this dough will have more time to think, he says, and tucks it beneath a cloth to proof. He takes the wax tablet and writes a line, turnips 3, thyme 1 handful, ale 9 mugs, bread 4 loaves, cooling 1 in thought. He smooths an older line with the stylus back, yesterday's quince jelly testing, a success recorded only as a barely visible shine in the wax. The sun square climbs higher and thins, becoming a triangle that grazes the rack. The kitchen warms in a way that does not threaten. Stone takes the warmth and holds it like a calm breath. Outside, a bee finds the open window, hums the room's note once, and leaves with the conviction of a creature that keeps its own timetable. The bell for none prepares its throat. The brothers glance around as one body. Ladles find cooler spots. Cloths cover bowls. The peel leans, fed and content. The door pulls to, whispering its wooden syllable. They go, and the room resumes its quiet occupation of being ready for whatever is next. Bread breathes. Peas settle. Herbs swing on their string like the lightest of pendulums. And the square of sun slips from wall to floor, as if it too is taking its place for the afternoon task. Afternoon gathers itself without making any announcements. The high window gives up its triangle of light to the floor. The stone drinks what it needs and lets the rest wander. The brothers return from none with sleeves already remembering where to sit. The dough under the cloth has lifted into a steady dome that presses the linen like a polite guest at a curtain. The older brother flour dusts the board and turns the dough out with a bench knife's flat persuasion. He divides by again, cutting and weighing with the palm, adding a whisper here, taking a thumb there, until each piece speaks the same weight to his hands. Push, fold, turn. He shapes long loaves in addition to round batons for travelers, crust to cradle slices of onion and cheese. He sets them on a floured board, covers them lightly, and lets them consider their future while he tends the oven. He rakes a shallow bed of coals to one side, opens the vent, and feeds the mouth with a few split sticks that take fire without temper. With a twist of straw he tests the floor haze and scent, no flame. He sweeps with the damp cloth on the long pole, catching char ghosts until the brick shows a clean, dim bloom. Heat answers like a well-trained choir, each voice not loud, altogether sufficient. A gentle side note, ovens are biographies in brick. They remember hands that built them, fires that taught them patience, and every loaf that ever made them honest. You read them by touch, not by book. The younger brother checks the peas. They have softened to the agreeable firmness that sits well in any bowl. He salts them once more with a pinch that hides in the steam, then adds a thread of the beet vinegar for brightness. He folds a cloth under the pot's far handle so a hand grasping without thought will still be safe. Nearby, the cheese board reveals its modest marriage with chives. He slices a few brittle wafers to round the corners of hunger for those whose labor asked for more than barley. A visitor from the orchard appears in the doorway with wind in his hair and 2 apples in his palm, early drops, a little tart. He exchanges them for a mug of ale and a wedge of bread with a sneer of honey the size of a coin. Wine shook them free, he says, and leaves the second apple on the sill, a gift to the room that will become someone's small surprise later, no names needed. The older brother slides the first board of loaves into the oven. The peel's edge whispers on brick. He fills the floor with measured spaces, not crowding, trusting heat to carry. He closes the door with the wooden bung and places his hand on the stone. He waits long enough for the skin to listen, then removes it and turns to smaller jobs that oil the hinges of a day. He fetches the knife stone and sits on the low stool near the wash bench. One by one, the knives meet the stone edge to angle, water to whisper. He draws each in long arcs, then flips to the other side, then dresses the burr with 3 light passes. He wipes each blade on a cloth and returns it to the magnet board, a modern idea to some houses. Here a simple strip of iron that holds steel like a quiet hand. He oils the wooden handles with a finger of walnut oil from a thumb-sized bottle, rubbing until the wood darkens and forgets dryness. A mild aside, sharp things are safer than dull in places where tension is a form of prayer. Edges that cut willingly do not argue with food or fingers. The younger brother sweeps the rushes with a stiff broom, working in squares, bringing crumbs to a friendly corner. He lifts the corner mat and shakes it outside where sparrows audit the offering, then lays it back with the same angle it wore this morning. He sets the crumb jar's lid more snugly, pats the salt pig's nose, and wipes the water ring under the jug as if erasing a small worry. Steam moves at shoulder height now. The kettle gives a soft idea of a whistle and stops. The wash bench breathes warm. On the rack, the morning loaves sit in calm arrangement, and the second batch begins to speak its first cracklings from inside the oven where browning writes its slow essay. A novice slips in with a basket of linen from the infirmary, clean cloths, tightly rolled. He sets the basket on the table's end, where clean always lands, and takes away the folded stack. The older brother points at cloths retired from kitchen duty to become bandages. Linen lives many lives here. This is not the last of its kindness. The seller's board at the door has acquired a new line in chalk, "Gate to Strangers." The porter appears soon after, hat in hand, eyes friendly. "To for the road," he says. The younger brother assembles traveler's rations without making a show, a long loaf wrapped in cloth, a knob of hard cheese and leaves, a small stoppered flask of ale, and a pinch of salt folded into waxed paper. He tucks a scrap of yesterday's parchment or a pro nobis between cloth and loaf, not as preaching but as habit. The porter smiles, the bundle is gone, and footsteps cross the court in that neither hurrying nor lingering way travelers learn. The water clock's basin, turned right side up again, receives a bowl with a pinhole in its bottom. There's second measure for the new bake. It begins to sink almost imperceptibly, telling what 5 minutes means in water. The older brother watches its first inch, then trusts it and opens the oven to turn the loaves. They peer as before, pale sides meeting heat, brown bottoms turned toward the door's draft. He swaps front and rear, closes, and breathes through his nose the smell that makes a kitchen think of every kitchen that ever was. A gentle side note, smell binds time. A monk from a stone house in Burgundy would know this bread in his bones, as would one from a wet island beyond Wales. Recipes roam slower than people, but they roam. They mix a quick mustard, ground seeds with a little vinegar and a whisper of honey, pound it in a small mortar until the scent makes eyes water in a pleasant way. It will sit in a tiny crock near the cheese for those who think afternoon is improved by it. The younger brother tastes the mustard with the handle of a spoon, coughs once, laughs, and sets the spoon in the wash water where heat and ash unmake boldness. The bell for vespers is still a long field away, but the kitchen has its own dusk tasks. The older brother brings a small pot of rendered fat and a cloth. He strokes a thimbleful along the iron oven door where it meets the stone, then along the peel's neck where wood meets metal. Hinges learned gratitude. He checks the bucket under the L tap. A fat fly has tried philosophy. He pours the pan, wipes the lip, and places a sprig of rue in a crack above the tap, because rue convinces flies to read elsewhere. He opens the pantry and turns the cheese on its board, marking the rotation with a tiny notch at the rind's edge, a language between two friends. He checks the pickled onions, presses the cloth down into the brine with the smooth river stone, then wipes the jar's ring because vinegar likes to recruit dust aloud. From the garden, He returns with a handful of sage leaves, velvet as small ears. He lays them on a piece of netting near the hearth's gentler heat to begin drying. The younger brother, meanwhile, takes the crumb jar, sprinkles a double handful into a pan with a breath of fat and thyme, and toasts them into a topping that sounds like dry reed. He sets the pan aside and covers it with a cloth so aroma will settle in, not run off. The second bake finishes. The older brother draws each loaf and performs the same small drum test, the same hollow proof. He sets them to cool. He rubs the oven floor with the damp cloth once more, not so much for cleanliness as for the pleasure of seeing brick close the day without ash on its lips. He leaves the door ajar, and the vent open to fingers to let the heat compose itself for the night cooper that sometimes borrows the oven's warmth to soften staves. A kitchen serves more than stomachs. A mild aside, rooms in a monastery are cousins, not competitors. The oven lends heat to the cooper, the laundry lends steam to the herb dryer, the scriptorium borrows quiet from the church when a rain drives everyone under stone. The younger brother sets a small bowl of peas, a heel of bread, and a slice of cheese on a tray for Brother Anselm's later portion, covers it with a cloth, and writes a chalk mark on the board where the infirmarian will look. He tucks the apple from the sill into the corner of the tray, a gift without sender. He smiles, erases his own smile with his sleeve like a boy, and sets the tray aside. As light lowers, cleaning becomes the last craft. The wash bench receives bowls in order greasiest first, then cleaned by association. Ashly water loosens, hot rinse convinces, a last dip in clear water asks politely for shine. They set the bowls on the drying rack at tilt. Spoons stand upright in the rack's cone like reeds in a pond. The bench's boards shed water in long, slow beads. The brothers wipe where wipe improves, leave the rest to air and gravity, which are dependable workers in this house. They sweep again, long strokes toward the door. The rushes sigh, the stone shows its mottles. A stray crumb resists, then admits defeat. The broom's bristles shed 2, 3 straws. The younger brother saves them to tie herbs, because even a broom can retire into usefulness. The older brother kneels at the hearth, arranges to sticks, a twist of straw, and a coal saved under ash. He coaxes a small future fire for tomorrow, not large, just enough that a breath at dawn will turn it into a companion. He closes the flue to its evening place and rests the poker where a blind hand would find it. On the table, the wax tablet receives its close. Loaves 8 this watch, peas sufficient, mustard 1 small, ale tap white, oven warm for cooper. He smooths yesterday's line at the bottom with the styluses flat, making room for tomorrow to write in the same measured hand. They lay clean cloths over the racks, pull the door almost to, and stand in the threshold for the one heartbeat when kitchen and brothers exchange a last look. The room is ready for being empty. The brothers' hands smell of flour and thyme. The bell in the courtyard takes a breath. They go. The kitchen stays, with warmth in its stones and a fine dusting of flour on the air that will settle like pale snow nobody sees. Bread will finish talking in tiny crackles. Herbs will darken a shade. The oven will give the cooper what he asks. And the room will prepare its own soft silence for the hour when the door will open again and a small flame will believe it is sunrise. Before dawn has fully folded itself into evening, the kitchen wakes for its last quiet shift. The door opens to a width learned by habit. Air enters, not cold, not warm, smelling faintly of stone, wood, and a memory of flame. The older brother sets a single lamp on the table. The wick is trimmed, the flame becomes a small, steady almond that makes bowls glow as if lit from within. He touches the oven brick. It returns a polite warmth, the sort that tells you a task is finished but the room has not forgotten your name. He lifts the cloths from the cooling racks. Crusts have set, the soft crackle that marked their final minutes is gone. He turns each loaf once more ceremony than need, and stacks them in shallow baskets lined with linen whose corners tuck with a fold the hands know without looking. A thread of twine secures each cloth. He ties with a knot that yields to one pull. Morning is kinder when knots remember. A gentle side note, some houses brand loaves with irons, others, like this one, give bread a signature in folds and the way a cloth sits. Eyes here read such signatures the way travelers read milestones. The younger brother checks the wash bench. Bowls stand dry, spoons upright like reeds, pots inverted with their handles aligned. He wipes the bench once, then shakes the cloth outside so moth powder, and a day's fine flour travel to the garden pots where such things do no harm. He returns with a small bundle of thyme tied with broom bristles saved earlier. He sets it on the shelf near the pepper pot, a modest exchange of the day with itself. From the pantry comes the cool question of stored air. The older brother enters with a lamp and looks over shelves, pickles polite behind their glass, cheese turned once more and marked with an even smaller notch, a crock of goose fat covered and patient, and a jar of dried apples whose rings look like small suns paused on their way to pages. He tightens a linen cover here, smooths brine there, places a dry wedge under a barrel that learned to list. The pantry thanks him by being quiet. Back at the table, he mixes a little paste of ashfly and water to wipe the oven floor, a step not required tonight, but preferences like to see themselves in practice. He dips a cloth, wrings it, ties it to the long pole, and sweeps the brick with unhurried strokes. The floor grows a shade darker, then returns to its calm. He rests the pole on its hook so the cloth will dry rather than dream of mildew. The younger brother trims lamp wicks and replaces a chimney with a clean one saved under an upturned bowl. Glass that lives under bowls avoids dust, which is the sort of frugality that also feels like luxury. He refills the oil from a small jug, wiping its lips so no line of oil will creep along glass and invite dust to make a home. A mild aside, cleaning in such rooms is not an apology for work. It is the last act of the task. Tools leave the day as ready as they entered it. Hands sleep easier when objects do, too. The cellar appears once more, keys soft against his habit. He sets a small wax tablet on the table, flour at prime, fish for Friday, Cooper finished. He nods toward the oven. Staves kept their temper, he says, pleased as if the oven and the barrel had agreed to share one virtue between them. He leaves a pair of candles as payment in the kitchen's nuanced barter of needs. The older brother answers the tablet with chalk on their board, bread for gate 2, way-worn small, peas cool in pot. He adds a dot where the infirmary and looks for dots, and sets the chalk back in its groove, point facing right so the next and won't smudge. They prepare the lasts, little things placed so morning finds them within reach. A bowl of dry kindling, twists of straw nested in a pot, 2 sticks arranged over a coal saved under ash. The poker rests with its handle toward the door. The peel leans where the eye expects it. The salt pig faces outward, as if attending. The younger brother brings in a pail of water, sets it by the wash bench, and covers it with a clean board to keep the night's little citizens from mistaking generosity for invitation. He folds two clean cloths and places them by the door latch, a memory marker for his own hands in the morning. He checks the herb strings and readies one that sight. Leaves whisper like paper agreeing to be leaves. The older brother returns to Dough's corner not to knead, but to feed the little leaven jar. He unknots the cloth and lifts the lid. The fragrance is soft, sour, living. He adds a spoon of flour and a spoon of water, stirs with the handle of the spoon because the jar prefers wood to metal, and smooths the top as if calming a child. He ties the cloth back on it and returns the jar to its shadowed shelf. A loaf is many bowls away from words, yet somehow words have always stood near loaves. A gentle side note. Keeping leaven is a mild vocation within a vocation. A jar becomes someone's charge. When that brother travels, he leaves a lump of mother with another and returns to find it multiplied by care, not diminished by absence. They sit for a minute on the low stools, not to rest exactly, more to let the room show them anything it would prefer. Silence spells its own inventory. Kettle hung at second hook, check. Wash bench dry, check. Broom bristles gathered and tied for tomorrow's herbs, check. Board wiped, chuck in place, oil stoppered. Door cleared. The older brother listens for the oven's last murmur, and hears it take a smaller breath. Satisfied, he stands. From the garden door, the night offers small data cooler air, a cricket taking attendance. The smell of damp earth where the gardener has watered the thyme. A fox crosses somewhere far enough away not to become an argument. The younger brother snuffs the lamp with a wetted pinch, and hears the kind tease a flame makes when it is thanked. He sets the chimney upright to dry. Darkness is not dark here, it is stone taking back its face. They close the pantry, ease the outer door to its latch, and leave the kitchen in a condition that could stay this way for 100 years if nobody asked it to move. The room holds the day, the drum of bread bottoms, the whisper of herb leaves, the ashes' soft language at the oven floor. The brother's hands hold the room, flour increases, thyme at the cuff, the clean ghost of soap above the knuckles. At last, the bell for Compline will speak and draw them away for words about rest and keeping watch. Before they go, the older brother makes one last small mark on the wax tablet bread to be blessed at prime and smooths a space for the next line. The younger brother, amused, squares the two knives on the magnet strip so their tips point with intent, then turns away. They step into the passage. The kitchen recedes behind them with the dignity of a room that knows both hunger and plenty and prefers steadiness to either. In the refectory, linen will fall across tables like tidy snow. In the dormitory, sandals will line up like commas. The night presses its seal on the house. Outside, a ribbon of sky still holds a pale note. Within that note lies the river of another place, the Nile under moon, where ropes, jars, and oars whisper in a language of weight and water. Night keeps the key like a shallow bowl. Moonlight pours in and rests along the edges on rope coils, on jar shoulders, on the worn green of a gangplank polished by thousands of feet. The river moves without hurry. Its surface, ink dark near the pilings, shows a skin of silver farther out where current brushes reflected sky. A reed knot lies folded by a bollard. A shoulder-pad-plated papyrus, thick as a palm, is set atop it, waiting for weight. A porter steps into the lamp's small country. His feet are bare, His sandals ride tied at the waist so wet wood will not make them stubborn. A short linen kilt wraps his hips, pleated in front by habit's geometry. He lifts the shoulder pad, tests the rope loop woven into its middle, and settles it across the bone of his shoulder where skin has thickened to agree with work. He rolls one shoulder once, then twice, not to be dramatic, only to greet the night's first load. A clay saucer lamp burns on a low ledge, fed by castor oil. Its wick is a twist of linen, trimmed by a sliver of reed. The flame leans and steadies, pouring a small honey onto whatever passes through. Beside it sits a narrow-necked jar capped with chip of sherd to keep dust out, and a pinch of natron in a bowl for hands. A palm frond fan, frayed but loyal, rests against the post for flies that belong to warmer hours. A gentle side note: traffic on the Nile often slept by day and worked when air became kind. Nights spared backs from white heat. Lamps taught hands to see without squinting. Moon taught the river to confess its edges. The first boat noses in, a broad-bellied barge with a luffing square sail hauled half down, its yard creaking softly against the mast. 2 oarsmen at the stern pole her along like someone thinking, push, pause, push. The prow's woven fender kisses the timber pile with a padded THN. A forehand passes a coil. The rope papyrus twisted into strength lands where it should. The porter catches, gives it one firm turn around the piling, and drops the loop into the mach carved there by years of such agreements. The knot he uses for nights like this is the kind that holds fast under tension yet yields when asked to, wraps and a half hitch, finished with the end tucked tidy beneath the second turn. Rope likes to be spoken to in simple senses. Scribes arrive with their own light. One carries a lamp on a stick, another brings a short wooden board, and a basket with ink cake, a reed pen, and a handful of sherds, a strock already clean of yesterday's numbers. They wear linen that reads more as dust than as cloth in this light. Their belts hold a small knife for sharpening reeds, and a cord-tied pouch filled with black pigment that smells of soot and gum. They greet the captain with 3 words and a nod. All business is soft at night. The barge gives up its first remarks. Squat jars of beer sealed with clay stoppers pressed with the crest of an estate upstream. Each jar wears a clay collar that makes grasping easy. The porter plants both feet on the plank, sets the shoulder pad under the nearest jar, and with a practiced breath, levers the weight up and toward him until it stands on his shoulder as if it had always meant to be there. He walks the 6 steps to the counting place, lift, step, breathe, set. His soles whisper against wood. The jar answers in a low pottery voice. He rests the load on a ring of plaited reed and eases the shoulder pad free. Not a clap, not a thud. The river has asked everyone to keep their voices. A cat slips between amphorae with a tail held level like a cautionary reed. It stops, considers the lamp's moth shadow, and sits, paws tucked, a small wetness. From the river's middle a fish rises and lowers a circle, writing brief punctuation into the black page. Distant frogs sow their own seam along the far bank. An oarsman yawns and covers it with the back of his hand because yawns rattle lamps. The scribe wets the reed pen in his mouth just a touch and lifts a flake of ink from the cake with a drop of water. On the astrakhan he draws a neat line and begins, 1 jar, 2 jars, 3 marks in tidy groups of 4 crossed by a 5th, the tally that knows boats and barns and baskets. He rolls a bit of clay between thumb and forefinger, softening it, ready to press a seal when the count closes. His companion holds the board flat with a hand darkened by soot and oil from years of night work. He adds a note by the last tally, sweet, which says only that someone tasted and found the brew as expected. A gentle side note, a straka were letters to the immediate future. When the load finished, many were saved, some were broken and scattered, only to be gathered by later hands who would read a night like this in the shard's careful scars. On the barge, a boy passes baskets of emmer. The weave scratches the palms in an honest way. He balances each on one hip, opposite the porter's path, so traffic flows like braided water. His hair is shorn, his eyes already learning which planks grumble, which ropes have a mind to loosen if spoken roughly. The captain, a man with lines like river maps at the corners of his mouth, murmurs his small weather to the stern oarsman current a finger higher, sandbank shy at the bend, wind with the face of a norther by dawn. None of this requires changing anything now. It is catalogued because men who live with water keep lists like households do. The porter pauses to rub a touch of oil into the chafe callus where the pad's edge likes to test him. He dips two fingers into the natron bowl, dries his hands on his kilt's edge, and lifts a basket this time lighter than a jar, but talkative. Grain whispers to grain. He steps aligned soles with the plank's worn pale stripe, and reaches the counting ring without thinking where his feet have been. Habit walks at night the way a lantern walks a path. The lamp's flame shortens, blurts, and then remembers itself. The scribe lowers the chimney's cousin a small clay collar and trends the wick with the reeds back. The smoke gives a pepper olive thread and is gone. He scratches the reed across his thumbnail to sharpen the slit, tests the stroke on the underside of his own wrist, and writes on a fresh sherd the sign for the estate upstream, followed by the number the night has earned so far. Across the quay, another little territory of light. There, amphory weight capped with gypsum plugs and rope handles. A woman from the storehouse tests each plug with a twist and seals a weak one again with wetted gypsum from a bowl. Beside her, a man coils rope in perfect flat circles, palm patting each lap so it won't learn bad kinks. His coil grows like a patient snail. He places a stone on its edge to teach it humility until the morning sun can take a turn. The short call from the barge, the jar with a hairline from travel. The porter and the captain inspect. The crack drinks a fingernail's breadth of oil and then stops, not moving. They agree with their eyebrows. The jar earns a chalk mark near its shoulder store apart, use first. The scribe notes it on a separate sherd and sets the fragment under a small stone so wind will not try to make it forget. A gentle side note. Damage at night rarely makes drama. Things are tried into 3 baskets used now, mend in the morning, or give to the gods of the spoil heap who make soil of what people spoil. The Nile is patient, so are the men and women who work by it. Someone brings a tray from a brazier up the bank, flatbread folded into itself like a note, and a little bowl of mashed broad beans with garlic tamed by oil. The porter squats on his heels, eats by lamp, and lets food and breath agree. The cat receives a scrap it did not ask for, and carries it away with the dignity of someone who accepts charity as if sharing it. Above, stars find the few places not yet claimed by moon. The barge shuffles a half-hand breadth against the rope, boards speaking to boards in low vowels. A second boat's shadow waits downriver. Its oars blink a slow code. The captain raises 2 fingers and nods. After this one, The queue of water-borne things arranges itself with a courtesy born of understanding that river time is long, while people are brief. The scribe blows on the last wet mark not to dry it, only because breath belongs everywhere tonight. He leans the board against the post and stretches his fingers. Oil, soot, reed juice, his hand smells like the sum of the night. He watches the porter lift, step, brief, set, and thinks how counting is a way to lift without back, to carry without callous. He is glad for his craft's softness, and respects the other kind. A breeze arrives from the west bank cooler, carrying tamarisk and animals penned for sleep. Lamps flicker, then hold. The porter pats the knot on the piling and smooths the frayed edge with his nail as if combing a child's hair. The last jar of beer from this boat stands in the counting ring. The scribe presses a tiny roll into soft clay at its stopper, seal accepted. He breaks the clay in his other hand that held the tally and sets the shirt aside with its brothers, the night's written choir. Another boat ghosts closer. Oars whisper. A new load promises a different rhythm, jars taller, baskets wider, perhaps oxhide bundles that smell of tannin. The porter breathes, settles the pad, and steps to the gangplank. As the river writes its slow line around pilings like a sentence begun. The second boat moves with the hush of someone who knows the floorboards. Its hull is narrower, its deck a patchwork of mats, planks, and bundles wrapped in hide. The bow fender kisses the piling, rope does its old trick. The captain is younger, eyes quick, chin smooth, and his crew's hands show the pale lines of rope work more than the thick polish of oars. The first bundle placed on the gangplank breathes tannin and smoke, cured hides folded like sleeping animals. The porter plants his feet and tests the weight by rocking it once. The shoulder pad learns a new contour. It accepts. He slides the bundle up and over, feeling where corners want to bite. He turns his head slightly to keep the edge from his throat, steps, and sets the load on the reed ring with a controlled softness that makes the ring sigh rather than complain. He touches his collarbone with 2 fingers, a check, not a worry, and nods to himself. A gentle side note, pads were personal, shaped by shoulders like shoes by feet. A borrowed pad was a foreign dialect. Tonight, the pad and the men learn each other's grammar again with each new bundle. The scribe prepares a new shirt, this one longer, a shard from an amphor shoulder, smooth as a polished thought. He wits the reed and writes the estate sign, then makes a narrow column of numbers like reeds by the bank. The lamp flares and calms as the boy at the board, assigned to mind it, learns the quiet art of trimming a wick with patience rather than zeal. From the river a bar of cooler air draws a line across the quay. Lamps blink, linen breathes. Beyond the edge of light, a heron decides the far bank will do, lifts, and crosses the moon like a thin, precise brushstroke. The younger captain sends over baskets of dried fish, next thin, flexible sheets stacked with papyrus slips between them. They smell of salt and sun, the porter's hands do not mind. He holds a basket to his waist and turns sideways along the plank to share space with a coil of rope that refuses to be anywhere else. He sets the fish by the hides, a small gap between, so salt and tannin can keep their conversation private. The scribe notes both, marks the dividing point on the shirt, and taps its edge on the board, an unconscious habit that sets thoughts straight. A woman from the storehouse appears, hair-bound, cord belt at her waist, keys looped in a ring that does not jingle because leather wraps their stems. She carries a shallow tray of gypsum paste in a cracked bowl and a damp cloth. At each amphor destined for storage, she kneads a plug, wets its skin with the cloth, and presses, turning the jar as she does so to read its face in lamplight. She adds a line scratched at the plug's center to mark sealed at night, a code she and her fellows will recognize in the morning. A mile aside, night seals learn to speak softly to day hands. Little cuts, small notches, away a line met attack. Systems are just agreed upon. Kindness is written on objects, on the barge. Someone coughs, and then wraps the cough in a sleeve. Ashamed to wake the river, the boy at the lamp offers the scribe a drink from a skin. The scribe tips it carefully, swallows a dry mouthful the water, carrying shy flavor from the goat that gave the skin, and nods his thanks. He wets his reed again to rewrite its little mouth and checks the list with a finger, counting each mark as if stroking them into obedience. The porter pauses to rub natron between his hands, the fine grit scouring a day's oil into something the skin reads as neutral. He dips fingers into the oil jar, coats the callus where hide edges kissed him, then lifts an amphora with painted bands. Its belly fits the shoulder pad like an old friend. He shifts his weight on the plank, listening for the boards that like to argue. Tonight they are polite. He moves. A cat reappears with a different agenda. Its ears swivel toward the fish baskets, but a glance from the woman with keys persuades it to sit down and reconsider the philosophy of fish ownership. It tucks its paws and arranges its tail like a fresh brush laid across a painter's bowl. The young captain calls for the rope to be paid out a hand. Water has dropped a little, and the boat wants room to breathe. The porter and rope man work together. Lift, let slip, check. The piling's notch takes the strain, the coil's outer loop loosens and sits lower, its stone removed, replaced nearer the coil's new edge. The boy at the coil flips the rope flat with a palm to discourage loops that think themselves clever in the dark. A gentle side note, rope has a mind if you let it. Flat coils, tucked ends, small weights, these are lullabies for fiber that would otherwise wake and make tangles. Now a run of amphory with gypsum plugs and straw collars. The porter lifts to buy their cords. With both hands, knuckles up, his back leans a degree, legs doing what backs should not. He steps, breathes on the count his ribs understand, and the jars set down in chorus on the reed rings. The scribe scratches tallies. The woman twists another plug's ear. The boy at the lamp trends the wick's mushroom with a sliver. All for occupy their own circles, all for share the same clock. A boatman slips a song under his breath, something about miles and reeds and a girl whose name is more river than word. It floats for a few steps and dissolves into frog talk. The porter allows a half smile that shows he has heard and declined to answer. Songs are for current or morning, night holds other music. From the far edge, a guard strolls by with his staff and a bored patience. He taps the wood once against a stone, the agreed sign that he is awake and expects the same of others. The woman with keys lifts her chin in acknowledgement and returns to her plugs. The scribe shifts on his low stool, stretching one knee that always complains around this hour. He presses the complaint flat with a palm and resumes. Another bundle crosses the plank-woven baskets of dates, sticky with syrup. The porter's fingers glisten. He wipes them on a rag he keeps folded at his belt. The cat is suddenly popular with its own nose and takes a tour of the decking, face tilted like a critic. The boy at the lamp laughs without voice, shoulders shaking twice, then stills, cheeks around with suppressed mirth. A mild aside, laughter at night is like oil in a lamp, enough and you see, Too much and the flame flares, smokes, and scolds. Workers learn the measure. The river keeps saying its one slow word. In that syllable, men work. The stack grows, hides, fish, and free dates. The scribe marks a small line between categories and rubs his thumb along the reed to coax a finer point. He holds the sherd sideways, checking how the light reads ink. Satisfied, he blows gently and lays it flat on a jar's shoulder to dry, a wedge of pottery talking to clay. The porter rolls his shoulder once and changes sides, giving the callous a little mercy. He adjusts the pad forward a finger to find fresh ground. He lifts again, not slower, only more careful where sweat wants to undo tact. He steps, breathes, sets, and stands a heartbeat with both hands on the jar, not to hold it up, but to teach it has arrived. A third boat's oars blink nearer. The year's calendar says emmer, beer, oil, the naiads hides, fish, dates. The next boat may offer baskets of onion or pots of goose-fed sealed like secrets. The key knows this sequence the way a market knows weeks. The guard Jones taps his staff again as apology, and continues. The woman with keys inspects the chalk-marked jar with the hairline again. She presses fresh gypsum around the plug and binds the neck with a twist of wet papyrus, then ties it with cord and stamps a small sign into the damp with a carved bead. Morning will read the bead and say, use first, do not complain if it weeps. Clarity's kindness when daylight becomes busy. The boy at the board grows bold and adds a small dot to one tally that looks like a smudge. The scribe notices, nods once, and lets the dot stand. Apprenticeship travels by such dots more than by lectures. He passes the boy clean shirt and points to the count for dates. The boy writes awkward marks, 4 and a 5th, strokes thick as eels, proud as banners. From the boat, a crewman brings a jug with a stopper of fiber and offers the porter a swallow. Date beer a shade too thin. The porter drinks, thanks with a chin, and returns the jog as if returning a borrowed word. He wipes his mouth with the back of his wrist and smiles into the dark where nobody can accuse him of sentiment. A breeze brings a new scent marjoram from somewhere inland, perhaps a garden that cannot sleep. The lamp's flame leans toward it like a listener. The river's skin shows a small ripple without a cause anyone can see. The young captain glances upstream, calculates nothing urgent, and returns to coaxing a bundle over a stubborn rope. The count for this boat reaches its neat end. The scribe draws a horizontal line under the last mark, writes the sign that means finished, and presses a tiny cylinder his seal into a pinch of clay on the sherd's edge. He sand drops dust over the ink from a little bag, taps it off, and places the sherd in a basket with others, each a night's conversation ready to become the day's memory. The porter lifts the last hide bundle, feels tannin through linen, sets it down, and shakes out his hands the way one shakes out a mat. He adjusts the pad and lays it across the reed ring, its shape still warm from work. He paces 3 steps toward the river and 3 back, loosening thigh and calf, not because he must, but because he likes the way the planks answer his feet evenly when weight is simply walking. The young captain raises his palm in thanks. The porter answers with the same, the scribe with a small salute of the reed, the woman with keys with nothing at all her thanks, is in the plug she'd pressed faithfully. The boat slips its rope, oars push, and the hull leans into water's quiet shoulder. Above, stars consider whether to pale. The guard taps his staff. The cat sniffs a date and decides no. The boy at the lamp looks at his hands and sees ink in the creases like thin maps of the river. He smiles, closes the lamp's glare with a clay collar to spare the flame, and waits for the third book to draw a line of sound along the key, another chapter in the same slow book. The third boat comes broad and low, hull rubbed smooth where cargo loves to argue. On its deck sit amphory taller than a boy, their shoulders roped in pairs. Clay lids where a thumbprint swirl. Between them, lidded pots squat like sleeping geese by the sheen that creeps from the rings. A lantern hangs from the mast, not high, only enough to teach shadows to behave. The captain lifts to fingers in greeting, the key answers with a small wind of motion, rope man alert, scribe poised, porter setting his pad like a polite mask. The rope curves out, lands, and is made fast with a rap and a hitch. The barge noses the piling in sighs, as if relieved to be understood. The porter steps to the gangplank, nudges a splinter with his toe so it won't read his foot the wrong way, and squares his stance. He touches the pad's loop where it has begun to fray and resolves to bind it with fresh papyrus at dawn. A gentle side note: repairs that can wait until light are promises you make to the sensible part of yourself. Night forgives many delays as long as you take notes in the body, the little resolve that sits behind the shoulder, the list your hands keep without a board. The first amphor lifts with a grunt the porter doesn't let become noise. He cradles the ropes in both hands, leans into the curve, and brings the jar's weight to his pad. Its cool belly presses his cheek. Clay dust kisses his skin with a dry kiss. Step, breath, set onto the reed ring. The scribe's reed scratches a mark. The lamp's flame nods to the draft and regains composure. The boy at the lamp has learned something since the second boat. He trims the wick with quieter fingers, pinching the mushroom tip with a damp scrap instead of stabbing at it with the reed's end. The flame thanks him by reducing its smoke to a polite sentence. He eases the chimney collar down again and looks pleased without announcing it. From the open river, a low chord whine changing its vowel. The sail on the third boat twitches where it is brailed. The captain gestures to slack the halyard another end so cloth won't talk while work listens. The rope pays out, the yard eases, the sail forgets to pretend it is eager. Oil pots now, heavy for their size. The porter pats his shoulder where the pad has grown thoughtful. He rubs a pass of oil from the neck of a jar into the pad's edge, oil for oil, kindness for kindness, and lifts again. The pot's lid has a cork of chewed papyrus bound with string. A splotch of gypsum holds the knot. He sets it on a ring and watches a question mark of sheen travel across the lid, and stop. Good. No weeping tonight. The woman from the storehouse moves along the line, pressing lids, sealing those that seem inclined to argue, wiping rims with a cloth dipped in water and squeezed tight. Her keys rest quiet. The cat chooses her shadow as a house turns twice and settles, a commonest sentence that keeps being written. A mild aside: cats are unlisted staff on many quays. They write no tallies, but they save grain from the privatizations of mice. People pay them in scraps and warmth. Cats pay in indifference and results. On a crate near the scribe, a stack of astraka leans like a little wall. Each bears numbers and signs. Each is a fragment of jars that once held, now serve to hold memory about other jars. He chooses a curved piece, for the oil count curves keep the hand on a stand, writes neatly, left to right along the arc, the reed soft tapping at the start of each stroke. The porter rolls his shoulder and changes sides again. He crosses the plank with two smaller jars carried by their twined cords, one in each hand, arms long, belly centered, feet placing themselves where boards expect them. He sets both on a double ring and adjusts them, with the small sideways mudge that convinces round things to stay in square ideas. A crewman brings a bowl of water laced with a little grated natron, and sets it near the counting place. The porter rinses his fingers, rubs palms, and shakes them once. The droplets make small dark coins on wood that evaporate in the same breath that made them. He touches his mouth with the back of his wrist, tasting salt, oil, the powder that clay leaves, a diet of work. From beyond the lamp's county, a donkey brays, and then apologizes by being silent a long time. A frog argues with a second frog about something both believe matters. The river keeps its deep vowel and troubled. The boy at the lamp laughs into his shoulder silent and composes himself, aware that every ripple is a choice at night. The barge's captain asks for the tally thus far. The scribe reads it in soft voice, tapping each group with the tip of the reed. The captain nods and adds in his head a number that includes his crew's own private ledger of sweat and rope burns and hours. He is satisfied. You can tell by the way he looks at the mast like a father glancing at a sleeping child to confirm breath. A gentle side note. Bargains on the river are often confirmed by posture rather than oaths. A nod, a hand placed flat on a jar, the lift of a chin toward the current. These are contracts with a vocabulary learned from water. Now come the amphory with painted signs, lotus and reed, a simple fish, a falcon scratched by a hurried hand. Estates declare themselves in these marks, so do potters. The porter learns to read the pottery the way he reads planks. This lip chips, that base skews, those handles hold. He takes a jar with falcon marks and feels its weight against his bones, a shade heavier than the others, clay a breath thicker. He steps accordingly and sets it down a hair farther from the edge of the ring. It sits as if grateful to be respected. A clerk from farther up the bank arrives with a small wooden tally board strung with pebbles on cords. He moves a pebble for every fifth jar the scribe names, then slides a larger stone for every fifth group. The board clicks like an insect. The boy at the lamp watches, charmed, and moves a pebble in his mind for a fish that leaps nearby and then sinks, counted by no one but the river. The porter pauses for bread, a folded round with sesame that finds the seam in his molar, and sits there until tongue persuades it to leave. He drinks a swallow of water and wipes his fingers on the rag. The woman with keys accepts a date from the last boat's baskets and lets the sweetness slow her breath. The scribe turns the ostrakhan sideways to save space and writes small neat marks in the gutter of the curve. A breeze uncurls. The lamp leans, the boy cups it with his hand, and the flame rights itself, as if it had decided to be sensible. A moth considers its options and chooses the darker part of the key, wise tonight. Somewhere upstream the dog begins, then stops when a thrown word finds it. The oil count reaches its neat finish. The scribe presses his small seal into a roll of clay and fixes it to the sherd's edge. He sets the fragment in the basket. The basket makes a sound like a hand brushing papyrus, little hushing strokes. The porter braces a plank with his instep, guides the last heavy jar to the ring, and taps the rope knot on the piling, a gratitude disguised as fuss. Now the boat brings lighter cargo onion baskets and a small chest bound with cord. The porter lifts the chest and feels its particular gravity. The wayward holds coins even before the lid proves it. He sets it by the woman with keys. She does not look at him, but the tension leaves her shoulders when she hears the sound the chest makes on wood. Values love to announce themselves. She runs cord through cord and knots the knot whose whole purpose is to say knot it, then marks the chest with a blob of gypsum and a pressed circle from her ring. A mild aside, seals are stories told to strangers. If you know how to read them, they say who touched this and who will answer and what we agreed. At night, such stories are brief, but their grammar is exact. The captain raises his palm in a slow wave. The rope is paid off. The barge slides into the river's bigger breath, stern or kissing eddies. The mast's lantern swings and writes one bright arc on black water, then shrinks to a small star near the horizon of reeds. For a moment there is quiet enough that each thing declares itself plainly: the post's tar smell, the sticky sugar where dates rested, the clean mineral of wet rope, the papery ghost from dried fish. The porter sets his pad against the pile, leans forward until his back relaxes into a long honest line, and lets his arms hang. The boy at the lamp blinks hard and rubs a forearm across his eyes. Not sleep, only wind. The scribe stacks finished sherds by a state sign and ties each group with twine so the day clerk will thank him with a silence worth more than words. He writes one last note on a flake, hairline at shoulder, use first, and sets it atop the jar he meant. The woman with keys turns once, pulls the screen over the storehouse mouth, and leaves it shy of closed air must pass. Locks can wait for the sun. The river yields a low chuckle against the pilings, pleased with its work. A new shadow forms upstream, boat 4, by the look of its lamplight. The porter picks up the pad. The boy picks up the wick blade. The scribe wets his reed. The woman lifts her tray. Night keeps its bowl, the moon refills it without spilling. Boat 4 shows its face as a dim oval of lamp on a low sail. It carries baskets stacked like bricks, each laced with papyrus, and a narrow run of sealed pots whose shoulders shine with a whisper of oil. A girl stands in the bow with a pole steady as a brush held by a careful hand. She leans, pushes, and the hull nose kisses the piling the way boats prefer. No hurry, no complaint. The rope floats, lands, and is made fast. The key takes the weight and does not mention it. First ashore, onions in woven trays, their skins thin as remembered letters. The porter lowers a tray to the reed ring and inhales the clean bite that onions give even to night air. He rubs the shoulder pad's edge where the weave meets skin and shifts the knot a finger to a kinder place. Lift, step, breathe, set. The mantra resumes. Onions whisper against each other, a dry hush that fits the hour. A gentle side note, night makes a market of other senses. What daytime sees, night measures by weight in the palm. Sound on wood, smell that tells its small truth. Soil honest, fish fresh, onion ready, rope trustworthy. The scribe chooses a long, flat sherd and writes in spare strokes: onions above, oil below, leaving a channel of empty clay between, a private river that keeps the two tallies from arguing at dawn. The boy at the lamp watches the reed point, how ink rolls and settles, and mimics the motion in the air with his finger, practicing a letter he will attempt later on a scrap nobody needs. The girl from the bow steps onto the plank with a basket of coriander. It throws a cool green into the night, almost like a thought of far fields. She sets it near the onions, and for a moment the two scents speak to each other, edge and shade, sharp and mild. The porter nods to her. She returns the nod with the reserve of someone whose sleep went to work tonight. A small chest follows, lighter than it looks. The woman with keys tests its cord, finds the knot good, and marks the board with a short scratch that means entered intact by night. She tips her chin toward the storehouse mouth, and two apprentices carry it to the coal strip near the back wall where night air does its best. Work? The boat's captain offers a jug of water. The porter drinks and lets his breath settle into a longer measure. He flexes fingers against the natron bowl, feels the fine grit polish sweat into neutrality, and lifts again, this time a sealed pot of oil that has traveled well. He rolls it so its shoulder sits into the pad's curve, steps the familiar path, and sets it within the circle of plaited reed. A tiny sheen creeps toward the lid, and then stops, a good sign. The scribe makes a neat mark and dots it, his way of recording no weep. From beyond the lamp, crickets advance their thread of sound, and then rest. The guard staff gives a respectful tap in the lane and moves on. The river holds its vowel, a tone that might be called blue if ears used colors. The girl returns with baskets of fenugreek. Seeds rattle like light rain. She smiles at the cat, who pretends not to notice. The boy at the lamp smiles at both and immediately schools his face, remembering laughter's portion. He trims the wick with the damp scrap, and sets the clay collar down with a motion now smooth enough to go unnoticed. A mile aside, apprentices grow in increments the way riverbanks shift to grains here, a palm there. One night you trim a wick without smoke, and nobody remarks upon it. That is how you know you belong. Now the boat gives up jars stamped with the sign of an estate of river papyrus, and fish intertwined. The porter adjusts for the extra clay a shade heavier, and chooses the path with fewer board knots. He turns his head a fraction so the jar's neck misses his cheek. He steps off the plank and sets the jar. His hands linger a heartbeat to teach balance. He breathes, shakes his wrists lightly to keep blood speaking to hands, and reaches for the next. The scribe's reed begins to tire. He sharpens it with the tiny knife, shaving a hair from the tip, and tests it on the underside of his wrist. Cool scratch. Good. He wets the reed's mouth and writes 3 precise marks, then glances up to read the porter's pace. They share a rhythm without discussing it. The boy at the lamp leans his head against the post for a blink and returns to light. On shore, by the storehouse wall, a rope man cures a stubborn coil. He flattens each lap with his palm, breathes on a kink as if blowing out a candle, and tucks the end between the second and third turns. He places a smooth stone on the outer ring and strokes it once, as if encouraging a child. Cole learns. Tomorrow the rope will pay out without telling jokes about tangles. A gentle side note, half of night work is keeping tomorrow from inheriting avoidable trouble. Stones on corals, notes on shirts, knots that remember how they wish to be untied, small bequests to daylight. From the river's middle, a low platform raft drifts past, loose stacked with reed bundles that scrape together like brushes in a jar. 2 boys pull it along, hands easy, eyes elsewhere. The raft slides by the lamp's border and vanishes into the darker grammar where reed beds write in neural lines. Work continues. Onions to one side, coriander and fenugreek to another, oil pot by oil pot, seals pressed, shoulders wiped, marks made. The woman with keys speaks 3 words the whole hour. Here, tied. Good. and yet nothing goes amiss. The porter counts silently at times, not numbers but breaths, sets a jar, rubs a shoulder with the ball of his hand, adjusts the pad loop, continues. He notices the pad's weave catching and pictures the fresh binding. He will wrap at dawn, a strip soaked and twisted, then laid in a spiral and tied under. The picture rests behind his eyes like a promise placed on a shelf. The boy at the lamp receives a gift. The scribe slides a tiny shard to him and nods toward the coriander. The boy writes for marks, each thick and earnest, then a fifth that crosses them as he has seen. He shows it. The scribe nods once, then with the knife trims the reed a breath and indicates how the point should kiss the clay, not bite. The boy tries again. The second set looks like a younger brother of the scribe's neat strokes. It is adequate and proud. A mild aside, teaching at night is gentler by necessity. Voices stay low. Praise is a nod that arrives exactly when hands need it. Correction is a hand over a hand, tool angled slightly, a small new path appearing where a foot was already going. The boat's last rows are shallow baskets of lentils, and two clay jars with painted bands of blue. The porter suspects water when he sees the paint. The jar confirms it by weight and by the faint cool that leaps to his palm. He moves them with care to the shade near the storehouse door. The woman with keys sets a reed mat over them to keep dust from thinking itself useful. The scribe draws a line under the last tally, seals the sherd, and dusts it with fine sand. He stacks finished counts in a basket whose weave has lost a strand, and ties the gap with papyrus, a small mend that will outlast the strand. Upstream, the moon tugs a veil over its own face. A thin cloud walks across like a lace-maker considering patterns. The quay's lamp becomes the brightest voice for a few breaths. In that narrowed world, the porter's footfall, the reed scratch, the little slap of gypsum against jar mouth sound closer to their own names. The girl from the boat wipes her hands on her skirt and sits for a moment on her heels by the cat. She does not touch it. That is the rule between them, long understood. The cat blinks, accepts the company, and looks toward the river where another lamp is a distant coin. The guard returns, taps the post, and mimes a drink. The porter passes him the skin. He drinks, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, and taps his staff twice and thanks a code that means all's well, passing on. The scribe closes the bag of sand, ties it, and slips it under the board so dew will not turn it stubborn. The boy at the lamp breathes in and out through his nose, counting to prick himself awake. He succeeds. The flame approves. The last baskets of the boat find their places. The captain raises a hand, the rope man loosens, oars take a bite, and the hull lets go of wood. It sidles into current wearing moon like a shawl. The key exhales, not louder, only longer. For a short span, there is no boat at the plank. This is the hour when night opens its pocket and shows small coins, the sound of beetles in the reed roots, the soft relenting of wood under the woman's hand where a splinter wanted to be more than a splinter, the smell of coriander folding itself into onion and deciding they are cousins, the river's vol lowering a step as wind settles. The porter sits on his heels, pad balanced over knees, and rewraps the frayed loop with a strip of papyrus damp from the water jar. He turns the pad slowly as he lays the spiral, each lap touching the last, tucking the end under with a thumb that has done this often enough to find the tuck by feel. He pulls, tests, nods. Tomorrow's shoulder thanks tonight's hands. The scribe sorts sherds by estate mark and ties each small stack with cord. He presses his seal into the knot habit and sets the bundles in the basket so the day clerk will nod and say nothing, which is his way of saying well done. The boy at the lamp blows across the chimney's mouth, not to coax, only to see the flame answer. It bends and returns. Far off a rooster tries a rehearsal, and is talked down by a second rooster with better sense. The river's skin shows the faintest brush of gray where east will be. Boat 5 is a darker shape against that gray. The guard taps once, then twice, the night's last patrol lengthening into the idea of morning. The woman with keys closes the storehouse screen another finger, still shy of shut. Air must pass, rules must keep company with kindness. She looks at the stacked onions, the ring oil, the quiet water jars, the tidy notes. She smiles the kind of smile that leaves no mark, and will be remembered by no one but her bones. The porter stands, slides the pad over his shoulder, and rolls it into place. He squints upriver, not with impatience, but with welcome. The boy at the lamp straightens the wick scrap by reflex. The scribe wets his reed and writes the estate sign he expects on a clean shirt before the boat arrives, a guess aligned with experience. Night has to pockets left work and dawn. The key holds both, as if they weighed the same. Boat 5 comes broad in beam and humble in light, just a saucer lamp swinging from a crosspiece at the bow. The hull wears the scuffs of shallow reaches. The crew's hands are roped and mended. It eases alongside with the ease of those who have done this at every hour river offers. Rope curves out, is caught, turned, and made to agree with wood. The porter rolls his shoulder under the pad as if slipping into a familiar word. This load begins with baskets of emmer sealed with mud rosettes, a thumbprint in each like a soft signature from upstream. The porter lifts one, feels the slight give of grain as the basket settles, and steps blank, notch, ring. Green has a quiet language, a hiss against weave, the weight moving with his walk, and then resting when his hands do. The scribe reads the estate mark scratched on a potsherd tied to the basket's handle, copies it onto a clean ostrakhan, and adds the neat stroke that means received at night. A gentle side note, neck receipt marks told day which piles to weigh first. Not a suspicion, only a courtesy to the sun, which works better when the early hours do not apologize for confusion. Now jars of clarified butter appear, pale through clay skins, lid sealed with pressed cloth and gypsum. The woman with keys tests each lid with a fingertip. If it dents and rises slowly, the seal is honest. She wipes a rim, marks a cross at the center of a softer plug, and sets it aside to be moved to the cooler stretch of wall. Butter breathes differently than oil. Stone and shade are better, keeping its thoughts calm. The boy at the lamp trims the wick without being asked. The flame answers with a steady almond. He glances upriver and sees a long, low brightness lying flat on the water that is not lamp or moon. He rubs his eyes, then looks again. Dawn has taken a first breath somewhere behind the reeds and forgotten to hide it completely. The river notices. In its way sound shifts a half note lower near the banked frogs or a final seam and knot it. The guard's staff taps once more and then rests on his shoulder like a companion ready to walk home. The porter lifts a jar painted with a lotus bud near the neck and adjusts his path around the one board that has begun to complain in the cooling air. Step, breath set. He keeps the pace that does not make muscles dramatic. A basket of leeks, green folded into white, comes over necks. Their fresh cut makes the air remember gardens. The scribe glances at the boy, and the boy writes the 5 marks this basket earns strokes, still thick but now sure. The scribe nods. The boy hides his pleasure by refitting the clay collar to the lamp's chimney. A mile aside, learning happens when the hand stops needing to ask the eye for permission. From the boat's stern, a crewman brings a narrow jar with a long neck and a darker seal. The captain's hand hovers. "For the temple," he says softly, and the woman with keys inclines her head. She places it apart, no closer to onions or oil than the river is to sand. The scribe writes a sign he uses rarely, small and precise, and circles it once. A cat pauses and chooses not to read. The porter rubs his shoulder where the new binding on the pad has held up well. He presses with thumb and forefinger, thanks last hour's hands, and reaches for a tied bundle of reed pens, a curious cargo, the kind that travels light and changes nothing by weight. The boy notices and smiles with his teeth hidden. The scribe pretends not to see, though his fingers respond with a private gratitude. From inland, dawn sends another message, the faint smell of damp earth, like pots drying on a floor. The moon thins to a pale idea at the water's edge. Stars fade as if the river were a cloth drawn slowly over them. The lamp remains the only bold light for a few minutes longer, and then even it seems to lower its voice. The boat's last row is small, 2 jars with blue bands water, a chest tied in a cross, a shallow tray of coriander the girl in the bow set aside as a gift for someone she won't name. The woman with keys accepts the chest, checks the knots good, presses the gypsum bead into them, and marks the board with a scratch that tells daylight she witnessed what ought to be witnessed. The porter lifts the water jars gently and sets them near the storehouse mouth. Even water is work when it travels. The scribe draws a line under the final tally, presses his seal into a pinch of clay, dusts the wet ink with a whisper of sand, and ties the shirt with its siblings by a stake mark and cargo kind. He slides the bundle into the basket whose mend has held through the night. He writes one last note, lamp trimmed by boyed joke arranged as praise, then smooths it away with the stylus back, because jokes improve when they stay in the room. A gentle side note: some acknowledgments are better felt than recorded. Night trades in those small head tilts, a shielded smile, a task handed to a younger hand just when it can carry it. The guard nods, rests his staff against a post, and walks toward the lane where bread will turn brown in ovens and sellers will count coins with flour on their fingers. The woman with keys closes the storehouse screen to a finger's gap, exactly the measure the room likes for breathing before the sun takes authority. She lifts her tray, wipes the gypsum with a damp cloth, and hangs the keys under her belt where leather keeps them quiet. The porter works the knot off the piling, paying rope out a palm's width at a time while the boat's stern or nudges. The rope leaves wood reluctantly, as if saying goodbye every rap. The coil reforms on the planks with the flat grace that comes from being made to behave from the first lap. A smooth stone sits on the edge as if nothing of consequence had happened all night. The boat pushes into the slow new light, hull growing thin, then line, then nothing. The river is no longer ink but iron, then iron becomes pewter, then pewter learns a faint skin of blue. Herons fold and unfold like neat thoughts. Paper-thin mist rises from far reeds, discovers it has nowhere to be, and returns to itself. Work pauses in the way a story pauses at a page turn. The porter sets the pad on the reed ring and flexes his hands. Lines across his palms read like quiet signatures. The scribe stacks the last of their straka, ties them with cord, and places the basket where a day clerk's shadow will touch it soon. The boy covers the lamp with the clay collar, as if setting a lid on a sleeping jar. He looks east, and then down again, embarrassed by his own wish to pause longer. The key reads itself. Onions like moons o'er jars circled, butter moved to stones cold, leeks nodding, coriander loose under woven shade, reed pens bundled near the board. Water jars sweating their small cool, a cat stretches until its back invents a bow, then walks along the storehouse wall and disappears under the fig's shadow where day will lose interest in cats. The woman with keys closes the screen, a second finger still not a lock, only a promise. She turns to the porter. Pad mended well, she says, not as compliment but as inventory. He inclines his head. The scribe touches the reed bundle with 2 fingers. These will write more nights, he says, to no one in particular. The boy at the lamp pockets the damp scrap used for trimming, blows across it, and decides it will be useful once more before being forgotten. Dawn completes itself without deciding to be dramatic. The lamp looks unnecessary and has the good manners to accept that verdict. The porter pinches the wick out with the wetted scrap. The flame gives the brief tease that always sounds like agreement. He wipes the saucer's lip and sets the lamp in its clay nook where, by habit, soot does not grow fat. They look upriver. The day's first wide boat is only now loosening from its bank, a day creoning, a child waving at nothing, oars tasting new light. The night crew looks at one another and recognizes the border. Work that belonged to lamps has passed to work that belongs to sun. They stand a little straighter, not from pride, simply from the body remembering it may stop pretending to be shadow. The porter lifts the pad and hangs it on its peg by the post, loop arranged so it will not learn a bad bend. The scribe bundles reed and knife and ink cake into the small basket lined with a bit of linen. The woman with keys rests her tray on her hip the way water jars rest, and the boy carries the tallied basket in both arms, elbows tucked as he has been shown. They step toward the lane together. Behind them, the key keeps a soft order, the kind that looks obvious only after it has been made. The river speaks its daytime word, now brighter and less secret. The storehouse breathes under its screen. The reed rings wait for evening. The rope coil sits like a well-behaved thought, and as the last shadow of lamp smoke thins into morning, we'll let the river keep its long sentence and walk, in our minds, to a winter shed where water holds fibers in a calm pool, and hands lift a bamboo screen to let a new sheet be born, paper from cold air and patient rhythm. Winter waits at the doorway like a polite guest. It brings a breath that keeps water honest and fibers calm. In a low shed open along one side, a vat as wide as a bath rests on trestles, its surface level as a held plate. Behind it, bundles of kozo bark quite now steamed and scraped stand like stacks of narrow clouds tied with straw. The floor is plank, the knots remember the souls that walk here. A brazier ticks softly, more for fingers than for heat. Outside, frost hides between stones and shews itself only when a step changes the angle of light. The papermaker comes in with a small bow to no one in particular habit greeting work. His coat is cotton, quilted in narrow channels, indigo faded to a patient blue. A hemp apron ties at his waist. The cord is repaired in one spot where last winter's knife had its say. On his feet, strawberry with a twist of rag where they meet skin. He hangs a kettle over the brazier, sets a lid askew to let the steam know its business, and lifts a shallow bucket of water to the vat. The water enters in a wide, quiet sheet. The surface adjusts, then forgets the change, resuming its mirror. A gentle side note. Winter is when good paper is born because cold persuades fibers not to quarrel. Summer makes them lively. Winter makes them agreeable. In cold, the plant juice called nari drawn from toroi, a kind of hibiscus steeps water slightly thick so fibers travel farther before deciding to fall. On the bench, a wooden trough holds kozo that has spent the night bathing in clean water. The strips are milk white, a little translucent at the thin edges, soft but resilient. He lifts a bundle and sets it on the board, then takes up a mallet, a cylinder of wood polished by knocks, and begins the kind music that quiet sheds know. Tap, pivot, tap, the rhythm neither fast nor bored. Fiber parts loosen, stubborn knots yield. After a while the heap looks less like bark and more like small clouds. He moves the beaten kozo into a low tub and rinses it, hands making the soft sound of washing a quiet thought. He drains it through a reed mat and lifts the mat to watch the last water depart, then turns the pulp into a broad bucket. With a ladle he lifts clear water from the vat and pours it over, stirring with a paddle to tease apart any pride the fibers still hold. A little nari follows, scooped from a clay jar where it rests pale as barley tea. The nari vanishes like good advice. The water itself seems to learn patience. He tests a pinch between his fingers. It slides and returns good. He pours the mixture into the vat and stirs with a wooden oar, long and flat, drawing a figure 8 that visits every corner so fibers do not learn neighborhoods. The surface shows faint stripes, then settles. The sheds air smells faintly of clean plant, of wet wood, of winter's iron. On a rack nearby stand the tools that give paper its first shape, the su and the keta. The keta, the wooden frame, is oiled lightly where it meets the world. The su, the bamboo screen laced with silk, lies inside like a promise. He lifts them together, the sujate, and holds them at a slight angle over the vat to wet the bamboo. A wet screen listens better to fibers. Small drops fall back like a polite rain. He sinks the sujita into the vat and draws it forward and up in one smooth motion. Water spreads across the screen, carries a thin veil of fiber, and runs through with a sound like silk being folded. He shakes front back, side, small equable strokes known as nagashi-zuki. The motion persuades the fibers to align, then cross, then agree. The sheet begins as almost nothing and becomes something you can read with your eyes before your hands. He tips the frame. The water slides off like a sentence, finishing itself. He sets the keta's lip against the vat's edge for a blink to drain, then leans and kisses the sheet onto the waiting stack, a post of sheets so thin each is more intention than matter. A gentle side note. This couching is no stronger than breath, and no weaker. The sheet releases itself because the bamboo would rather keep being bamboo. Gravity and patience do the rest. He repeats the dance. Dip, draw, shake, settle, tip, couch. Each sheet lays down exactly on the last because the hands that hold the frame know distance the way a tongue knows its own mouth. Between pulls, he stirs the vat with the oar, one figure 8 lest fibers drift toward corners and call it home. The kettle murmurs at the brazier's edge. He ignores it for now. The body drinks in the same meter as the work, not against it. At his left, a board waits propped against a beam, smooth and without memory on purpose. On a peg above it hang thin cords for tying the post when it grows to the right height. He glances to read the stack's thickness by the way the edges look, cloud edges becoming hill shape. Not yet. He adds more sheets. The shed keeps time by water and by how quietly the fibers lie. Outside, a cartswheel complains once, and is then persuaded by a hand that knows where to press. Somewhere beyond the plums, a fox gives its bark, thin and brief, like a pebble thrown at night. The papermaker hears and thinks only of brushstrokes shaped like that sound. He sinks the sujata again. The screen lifts with its quiet veil, heavier now by very little. He shakes, the water writes its grids and lets go, and a new sheet adds its breath to the pile. He stops to taste the kettle's steam, guesses at the water's temper, and pours a little into a cup whose rim is chipped smooth. He rests the cup near the brazier for later, and returns to the vat. The rhythm has the comfort of walking a familiar lane. He does not count. He reads the stack, the fiber's mood, the weight of the sujata in his wrists. When the post reaches a height that his body calls enough, he lifts 2 cords from the peg, loops them around the stack, and ties a knot that gives, but does not slip a learned grace. He sets a board on top, the twin of the one beneath, and slides the post under a wooden press whose beam is weighted with river stones bound in rope. He turns the handle until water runs from the stack in clean lines, a soft rainfall that tricks the ear into hearing spring. A gentle side note: pressing is not to wring out life. It is to invite the sheets to live together for a while, to share moisture, to agree on flatness. In winter, the press is a friend. In summer, it has to make arguments. While the press breathes, he skims lees from the vat's edge and rinses the so lightly, lifting it at an angle so drips follow bamboo, not soak. He wipes the ketta's lip with a cloth, the same cloth always, not washed to death but rinsed and wrung and dried in wind. Tools like familiar companions, they work straighter in company. He steps to the bench and sorts fresh kozo strips, choosing those without knots for the finest sheets, those with honest irregularities for practice paper and ledger stock. Nothing here disdains usefulness. A knot becomes a small cloud in a cheaper sheet. Someone's account book will enjoy the decoration. He cuts a few spots of stubborn pith away with a short knife, the blade angled as if shaving a note from wood. Steam licks his cheeks as he drinks from the cup, a swallow that resets mouth and mind. He returns to the press. Water now falls in slower threads. He loosens the handle and slides the top board away, smoke of breath showing briefly in the shed's colder corner. He lifts the cords, cuts them, and sets the post still more water than paper on the couching stand with a smooth stick. He teases a corner and peels the first sheet from the stack. It comes away with a sigh like rice poured into a jar. He lays it on a drying board plain paulownia, warm near the hearth, and smooths it with the flat of his palm from center to edge. The sheet clings by affection rather than glue. Another joins it, then another, a tiled field ghost pale, edges obedient, and content. He works until the board is full, then props it near the brazier where moving air does more than heat. Warmth without wind would make the sheet bow its back. A slow drift of air teaches it to be straight. He loads a second board and leans into the quiet warmth. Outside, A neighbor passes with get-a clacking softly, walking wood on wood. The sound enters the shed, nods to the press, and leaves. The papermaker wipes his palms on the apron, rubs a little camellia oil into a crack on the Sujata's frame with a fingertip, and checks the neri jar. A skin has formed small as a thought. He stirs, presses the skin away against the side, and it becomes part of the whole again. He adds a spoon to the vat, draws the ore in its figure 8, and watches the surface resume its faithful blankness. Light moves on the rafters the width of a finger. The day is not hurried. The stack of boards has grown. The press has done its bookkeeping. He lifts the Sujata once more, and as the water leaves and a new sheet shows itself thin and steadfast, the shed feels like a letter being written line by line, each stroke sure of its place. By mid-morning the shed carries a calm that knows its chores. The drying boards lean like well-behaved doors around the brazier, each with a field of pale squares that look as if frost had decided to become agreed. The papermaker lifts a board and listens with his palm. Warm, but not eager. He smiles a small permission and sets the board back with a wedge that gives air a path behind it. At the vat, fibers drift like very slow weather. He stirs once with the oar's broad tongue and lifts the Sujata. Dip, draw, shake front to back, side to side, then the stillness that lets water answer. A thin, lucid sheet appears, not entirely seen, until the frame tilts and a shy sheen gathers on bamboo. He kisses the sheet down onto the post. The release is a sound he trusts more than clocks. Another sheet follows, and another, the movements keeping the same soft meter the body can repeat without teaching. A gentle side note, papermakers keep time by wrists, not bells. When the pulse in the fingers feels the frame's weight exactly, the sheet will be even. When the elbow asks for a breath, it is time to stir the vat or drink. These signals do not argue, they remind. Between pulls he folds a strip of cloth into a small cushion and touches it to the Su's corners, wicking away any bead that wants to make an edge heavy. He glances at the neri jar. Its surface shows a faint lace. He stirs and the lace becomes water again, accepting the work without insisting on being noticed. Outside, winter scrapes a clear line across the sky. The plum by the path holds buds tight as fists not yet open to talk. A neighbor dragging a sled passes, its runners whispering along packed earth. He calls a greeting that is mostly breath and smiles, then goes on. The shed hums its answer in steam from the kettle, and the clean knock of the mallet as a second bundle of kozo receives attention. He refreshes the couching stand with a new base sheet of felted cloth that drinks a little water, and then stops. The post grows. When it reaches his eye's measurement for enough, he ties cords, boards at top and bottom, and returns it to the press. The beam lowers, the stones settle their opinion. Water slips free in thin, orderly lines, finds the trough, and travels up to the yard where a channel sends it to a patch of moss that prefers such gifts to any sermon. A mile aside, nothing in the shed hurries water. Even the drain expects a conversation board to trough, trough to path, path to root. The plant world remembers these courtesies and repays them in fiber that behaves. He peels from the first post now resting by the brazier. The sheets come away one by one with a sigh and a feathered cling at the edges that his palm resolves by smoothing. He lays each on a paulownia board, lining corners with corners so the stack will dry honestly. where a stray fiber clings across a margin. He turns a small bamboo pick under it and lifts, not tearing, only asking. The fiber agrees and finds its place. He checks a few sheets by the window, holding them up to the winter brightness. The light reveals the paper's inner weather, gentle crossing of fibers, no storms, no currents that would carry ink away from brush. He nods. Some sheets look happier and will go to the brush maker. Some slightly clouded ones will suit merchants' ledgers, a purpose that does not ask for elegance but rewards steadiness. A gentle side note: washi lives many lives under brush as characters, under block as prints, as lantern skin, as hinges in albums, as sleeves around tea. The vat does not choose, it offers. He returns to the vat for a short run of thinner sheets. He adds a sip of clear water, a finger of nare, and stirs in the figure 8. The surface clears to that particular blank that means ready for fine work. The Sujata drinks and returns with a film so even it looks like intention made visible. He shakes twice, very likely just enough to knit edges to center, and couches the sheet. The post accepts gentleness. It does not collapse. He makes 10 in the same breath, then stops before habit forgets to pay attention. From a shelf he removes a bundle of reeds cut thin. With a knife he trims the ragged ends and binds the bundle with paper thread. These will be stirrers for a neighbor's dye bath. He trades such things for rice straw and for help on days when many posts must be pressed. Work? Circles like winter sun, low, steady, sufficient if you keep walking. Steam hums at the kettle. He pours a little hot water over his hands, then dries them on the apron's clean corner. Warm hands red weight better, cold hands rush. He drinks from the cup. A swallow that sits pleasantly behind the tongue and persuades shoulders to lower. By the hearth boards, the first set shows a shy readiness for the next stage. He tests one sheet's corner. It lifts with a grainy sigh. He leaves it a little longer. Paper prefers patience to pride. Instead, he turns to sorting kozo. Long strips for finest paper, shorter and knotted ones for sturdier sheets that will back prints or line drawers in a merchant's chest. He pulls away specks with tweezers, a tiny leaf vein, a fleck of pith, choosing not perfection exactly, but calm. A neighbor arrives with a bundle wrapped in indigo cloth offcuts from his wife's stitching. He bows, sets the bundle on a bench, and asks if the papermaker will take the softest scraps into a small batch for a letter paper, what friend desires. The papermaker nods. He fingers the cloth cotton with a life already lived and sets the bundle aside for soaking and pounding later. Afternoon, he says, the schedule threaded through his voice without effort. The neighbor thanks, leaves a handful of dried persimmon, and goes. Gifts here travel small and direct. A mild aside, reg and kozo do not quarrel if introduced patiently. Add rag to greedy and the vat sulks. Add it as a courtesy and it joins the conversation with grace. He lifts the press and moves the second post to the couch. Sheets peel, lay, and smooth in a rhythm the boards can predict. He taps a corner of one board. Sound answers a little dull. He shifts it closer to the brazier and props the opposite corner to make a tunnel for air. The next board gives a bright knock, drying well. He removes 2 sheets and lays them on a low table, weights the corners with river pebbles, and considers their destiny. Some will be sized with a light brushing of DDC glue, and alum so brush ink will sit and not feather. Others will stay unsized for woodblock, where pigments need to travel a hair into the fiber to hold color. A gentle side note, sizing is a kind of teaching. It tells paper to resist, to wait for ink's decision instead of drinking it the instant it arrives. The brush prefers this courtesy, the block sometimes wants the opposite. He mixes a little DDC in a shallow tray, testing the warmth on his wrist as he would test bath water for a child. With a soft brush he strokes a sheet lightly, always from center to edge, never flooding, always persuading. The sheet darkens a tone, then returns to pale as the liquid finds its places. He lifts the sheet by two corners and lays it onto a clean board, strokes once with the palm to settle bubbles that are not really bubbles, only thoughts that need finishing. He sets the board apart where warmer air wanders. Outside, a pair of crows discuss the garden's virtues in winter. The papermaker hears without hearing. He resets the sujata, checks its lacing, tightens one knot with the bone pick that lives in his pocket, and dips again. Dip, draw, shake layers of water writing the sheet into being, each repetition building muscles memory, and giving mind the empty space it likes best. He thinks briefly of the printer who will come when plum blossoms open, asking for a stack cut to a size he favors for small landscapes, mountain, river, a boat with two strokes for a person. Those prints need sheets light enough to float under the block and strong enough not to bruise when paste wakes pigments. He makes a mental mark to prepare a bundle with the happiest faces from this morning's run. The boards near the brazier recall his attention. He tests an edge, it releases with the crisp sound winter gives. He teases a corner, and the paper lifts with gratitude rather than complaint. He slides a drying string through two holes at the board's top, and hangs it on a beam so air can finish before the sheets lie flat in a press for evening. The shed becomes briefly a forest of pale flags. Each sheet bows once when a draft passes, and then stands still, learning to be itself. He lays fresh boards by the hearth, and returns to the vat, drawing 3 more sheets with the same patient hand. When he pauses, he wipes the framelit with the familiar cloth, rinses the so lightly, and leans it a moment to let water declare itself done. He takes the mallet and gives the next bundle of kozo its music. Tap, pivot, tap. The sound belongs so well to the shed that the walls do not bother to echo. Light has moved a palm along the floorboards. The kettle's murmuring changes key as its water lowers. The papermaker adds a cup, replaces the lid, and thinks of noodles at noon, of a quick bowl with green onion, and a slice of the braised radish left from yesterday. The thought does not pull him from the vat. It companions the next sheet into being and then politely waits its turn. He draws 1 more sheet. The frames wait exactly where his wrists want it, the fiber laying itself like mist accepting a field. He tips, drains, and couches. The post grows a fraction. He looks once more at the hanging pale forest, at the boards near the brazier, at the press waiting for the next stack, and hears the room say without words that the morning has reached its quiet crest. Noon lays a cool coin of light on the threshold and moves on. The shed keeps its winter kilo even and kind to work. The papermaker lifts a board from beside the brazier and tests a sheet with 2 fingers. It loosens with that clean, crisp whisper only cold months give. He smiles into his sleeve and sets the board on the trestles, ready for patient hands. He slides the corner of a sheet free with the bamboo pick and lifts, palms flat, letting the sheet teach its own strength back to his fingertips. He lays it on the smooth table and passes the side of his hand from center to edge to ask bubbles to leave. The sheet lies obedient, light as breath, with a quiet luster that belongs more to fibers agreeing than to any polish. A gentle side note: in winter, sheets forget to curl. Cold helps edges learn straightness without argument. Summer needs weights, and sometimes the patient disapproval of stones. Winter needs only air. He returns to the press and loosens the beam. Water runs in a thinner script now. He removes the top board, unties the cords, and carries the post to the couching stand. One by one the sheets peel and find boards, a small forest growing again around the brazier. He wedges each board a finger's width from the neck so drafts can pass like soft visitors rather than rude wind. At the vat he stirs once with the oar's broad tongue in unhurried figure eight that reaches corners so fibers won't conspire. He sets the sujata into the water, lifts, and shakes front back, side and even practice tremble that makes a floating web decide to be a sheet. He tips, drains, and kisses the sheet onto the post. The release is the sound the shed works for, a soft unsticking, as if paper had been thinking of you and then recognized your name. He adds a sip of nary, enough to keep water a little thoughtful, not syrupy. He tests with a pinch between finger and thumb. It slips and gathers. Good. Dip, draw, shake. 3 more sheets join the stack. He wipes the framelit with the familiar cloth so edges will not grow heavy, rinses the suet at an angle so the bamboo remembers its own straightness, and rests the frame on its hooks. The kettle hums a note that says noodles are possible. He sets a small pot by the brazier and adds water with the chipped cup. From a crock he takes a slice of braised radish, pale and honest, and lays it aside. He sets green onion from the jar on the bench, cuts it on the boards with a knife that knows only vegetables, and brushes the pieces into a small bowl. The shed smells briefly of onion, and then remembers itself. A mild aside: meals in such rooms are measured in usefulness rather than spectacle. Soup that keeps fingers nimble, tea that persuades, thought to stay patient, these are the correct luxuries. He lifts another board from near the brazier. The sheets have learned enough to travel. He slides a length of cord through 2 holes in the board's top, hangs it on a beam, and peels each sheet with both corners held, settling them on a flat stack under a light weight. Later they will rest in a press that persuades them toward a calm, book-like flatness. For now, air finishes what heat began. A neighbor pushes the door with his foot, and bows from the shoulders, hands full of a small frame of his own. He is a brush maker, palm smelling faintly of glue and horsehair. "Trial," he says, offering a bundle, 3 brushes tied in paper. The papermaker nods, unties the string, and studies the tips, 1 thin for bone strokes, 1 round for meat, 1 soft for washes. He wets the fine one in clean water, dries it on a cloth, and draws 3 short lines on a test sheet downright curve, watching the paper's inner weather. The fibers welcome ink without feather, the strokes sit with edges neat enough to make a character proud. He bows his head, a measured thank you, and sets aside a stack for the brushmaker to carry home later. The neighbor leaves a gift, a single feather from a millet sparrow, sharp and narrow, useful for lifting lint from a sheet. Objects pass in both directions here. Neither side keeps count where friendship keeps better books. He returns to the vat, draws, shakes, couches. The sujata grows a little heavier with each repetition. which the wrists translate into paws soon. He stirs the vat, keeps the figure 8 honest, and takes a swallow of tea leaf from yesterday, revived because clarity remains when flavor wanders. The boards nearest the brazier now carry sheets ready for sizing. He warms a little DDC glue and alum whispered together tests it on his wrist, then sweeps a brush lightly across the sheet from center to edge, no flooding, no poking. The sheet darkens a half shade and returns to its pale proof that the liquid has gone inside rather than sat on top. He lifts the sheet and lays it on a clean board. Another joins it, then another. He wipes the brush on a wet cloth between passes so no clot of glue finds reason to announce itself later as a rough place. A gentle side note, sizing turns paper into a listener who waits for the brush to finish a word before answering. Unsized paper is a talkative friend, sized paper is courteous. He pauses to tie the new pad binding on his Sujaita's corner with a narrow strip, dampened and finger-twisted. The knot lies flat, and knows it will be checked each hour without sulking. He checks the silk lacing that holds bamboo to frame. One loop loosens. He slides the bone pick under pulls, and the loop remembers dignity. Outside, the sled passes again this time with a child walking beside, boots scuffing a rhythm that sounds like a beginner learning nagashi-zuki. Step, step, stop, step, step, stop. He smiles into the board he is smoothing. The press breathes slower, a thin thread of water marks the trough with almost nothing. He loosens the beam and carries the post to the couch. Sheets peel with the sound of poured rice. He wonders, as he often does at this moment, how a material so slight can hold so much usefulness. He lays the sheets on boards, smooths with palm, and leans them near the brazier where warmth and air practice partnership. He turns to a separate tub where the indigo offcuts from the neighbor's bundle have been soaking. He pounds them to a soft flop with the mallet tap pivot. Tap then adds a little to a small vat with extra neri, testing how cotton wants to behave among kozo. He draws a few tiny sheets on a child's sew and sets them aside to press later for the poet paper with a whisper of cloth, a friendlier face for the brush that writes poems about snow on dock piles and tea steam. A mild aside, poets teach papermakers to aim at surfaces that are neither slick nor thirsty. Too slick, and the brush skates, too thirsty and it sinks. The correct road is the narrow lane between. The kettle speaks in the affirmative. He slips noodles into the pot, stirs with chopsticks whose tips have a history scourged into them, adds the slice of radish and a pinch of onion. He eats standing, bowl cupped in one palm, chopsticks held as an extension of thought. Heat travels into his chest and hands. He sets the bowl aside to mouthfuls left for later and wipes his fingers on a rag that has seen dozens of such small lunches. He walks through the shed once, eyes reading each station as the monastery cook's eyes read hearth and board. That calm, so rinsed and resting, kettle oiled where wood meets water, boards spaced, press convenient but not insisting, DDC covered, pick on its cloth, tweezers at the ready, bone folder waiting like a bird folded small. He draws again. This time the sheet feels thinner under the hands, wrists answer by moving a shade slower. He shakes with a lighter tremble front back, side then steadies. Fibers lay home with the content feeling of a silk thread finding its own weave. He couches and hears the quiet kiss. He looks to the hanging sheets, some are ready to come down. He lifts to corners, lets air under, and slides them to a flat stack beneath a light board. they will go to a heavier press near dusk to settle into flat minds. Outside, a neighbor laughs. The sound carries a memory of rice wine. The papermaker thinks of friends who will visit at the end of the day, their talk folding in and out of work like a good paste into pigment. He adds a spoon of neri, stirs, and draws 3 more sheets, the last for this hour. He rinses the so lightly, leans it to drain, and rubs a breath of camellia oil into the frame's dull corner with his thumb. He wipes the table, brushes stray fibers into a jar to become stove starters, and lifts another board from the brazier's side. Sheets soften at the touch and then firm again, ready to be peeled. He works steadily, placing them on the stack, rotating each sheet a quarter turn to distribute any remaining curve. A habit learned by seeing one stack lean a lifetime ago. Light on the rafters has shifted the width of 2 fingers. The room seems to take a deeper inhalation the middle of the day, turning toward its afternoon half. He turns the hour in his body the same way. 1 more run at the vat, 1 more post. Then a small pause for tea and a glance at the poet's red paper trial. He dips, draws, shakes. The water writes its faint grids and slides away. A new sheet appears, quiet as frost on a tile. He lays it onto the post and thinks, as he often does, that winter's best gift is to make every small thing legible to the hand. The shed agrees by being exactly itself. Afternoon walks in quietly, placing a colder hand on the shed's threshold. The brazier answers with a soft tick, as if acknowledging the visitor. Boards laying in tidy racks, their pale fields now more matte than wet. The papermaker tests a sheet by lifting a corner. It yields with the crisp, almost musical sigh that winter gives when something lets go willingly. He lays it onto the stack beneath a light board, pawn smoothing from center to edge, letting air out the way you let a polite guest know the visit is done. At the vat, the surface holds its faithful black. He stirs a single figure 8 that reaches the corners without scolding them. Fibers drift, change their minds, and agree again. He lifts the sujata, sinks it with a slight forward tilt, and draws it up. Water spreads thin across bamboo. He shakes front back, side smaller than morning, as if the rhythm had learned to whisper. The sheet appears, even and calm. He tips, drains, and couches with the easy press of gravity. The release makes that unsticky sound the ear keeps as a private reward. A gentle side note: fatigue in this craft is not a warning but a metronome. When wrists begin to narrate their lift, the papermaker listens and trims the hour. Ending a little early keeps tomorrow's lift as clean as today's. He ties the post with 2 cords, boards it, and slides it under the press. The beam lowers, river stones settle, and water writes its thin lines down the trough. The shed's floor makes a faint map of damp that will vanish by evening. He wipes the ketta's lip with the familiar cloth, rinses the sew in an arc that follows bamboo, not silk, and rests the frame so drips find their way back to the vat. On the bench, the poet's rag pulp has soaked into a friendliness. He pounds it with the mallet, tap, pivot, tap until the cloth pieces forget they were once shirt and sleeve. He stirs a ladle of this into a small side vat already rich with neri, and draws a test sheet on a child-sized sew. The film settles with a slightly softer face. He couches it on a separate post and nods. The poet will like how the brush glides without skittering. He checks the DDC pot and warms it with a lick of brazier heat. A riz test warm as a bowl that invites you closer, not as a kettle that insists. With the soft brush he sizes a run of sheets destined for calligraphy, each stroke a breath's length from center to edge, edges feathered so no ridge will argue with a brush. Sized sheets rest on boards under the window where daylight, thin but honest, will do final persuasion. A mild aside, the right sizing leaves almost no evidence to the eye. You learn it by listening with your brush later edges that stay true, a line that keeps its weight from start to stop. From the door, a slant of light touches the nearest boards, then inches away. He pivots the boards a finger's width so light continues to pass like water along a bank. He sets to small wedges beneath one corner to let air slip behind, drying prefers puffs to puddles. A neighbor's child appears at the threshold, breath pale, eyes wide. She holds a handful of pine needles tied with thread, a winter bouquet. He bows, just enough to match her height, and sets the needles on a shelf near the window where their sharp, clean set will join the room's quieter notes. She looks at the vat, at the sujata, at the pale flags hung from the beam, and slips away with the careful steps of someone leaving a shrine. The press has thinned its song to a trickle. He lifts the beam, boards off, cords cut, and moves the post to the couching stand. Sheets pioche, each with its own thin breath. He lays them onto paulownia boards, smooths with palm, and leans the boards nearer the brazier. A long pin with wooden head props one board higher, ere thanks the incline by behaving. He returns to the vat for the day's last steady run. Dip, draw, shake, settle. 10 sheets, then 5, then 3, the number shrinking in a way that feels like a respectful bow to edges and wrists. He wipes the frame, rinses, hangs it for a breath, then lays it flat to rest its bamboo. The ketter receives a cloth rubbed with a whisper of camellia oil along the places where water argues with wood. The oil smells like a memory of green. A gentle side note, tools live longer when praise is given in oil and cloth rather than in words. Wood listens to touch, bamboo remembers kindness with straightness. The boards by the brazier announce readiness by sound. He lifts one, peels a sheet, and brings it to the smoothing table. There, a bone folder waits, rounded, modest. He strokes the paper with the folder's belly, arsing from center to corners, teaching fibers to lie in one accord. The surface grows a quiet sheen, not gloss, just the satiny agreement of well-set fibers. He turns the sheet a quarter turn and repeats, distributing wishes evenly. The sheet returns to the stack under a light board. The next sheet steps forward like a patient in a clinic. Outside, a cart pauses with a hollow knock, then quiet. Frost hides in the yard's shaded corners. The puddle at the path carries a thin film that cracks like a clever joke when a sparrow lands. He hears it, smiles, and lets the sound become part of his hand's rhythm. He checks the small poet's badge. The ragkozo sheets lift with a different voice, slightly plush at the edge. He sizes two with a thin DDC, leaves two unsized, and writes a minuscule dot in pencil at the corner of each to keep track. The mark will vanish under trimming. The memory will not. He dries them on a board nearer the window, where light shows truth and small errors that prefer to reveal themselves before anyone else sees them. The day's pen worker arrives at the door in the form of the brush maker, smiling without teeth. He tests a sized sheet with his finest brush, drawing a simple character that means quiet and looks exactly like this shed. Edges hold, ink sits. He nods, lays the brush flat to rest, and bundles his share of the stack with string, tying the knot that opens with a single thought. He leaves 2 brushes as payment, plus a small square of glue dried on cloth, a future DDC waiting to be called. A mild aside, transactions here behave like winter talk, short, precise, almost shy. Trust rides in objects more than in adjectives. He turns to the hanging forest. A few sheets, now dry to their centers, descend into a flat stack that will take a gentle press under boards and stones while night writes its slow agreement. He sets the stack in a press separate from the wet one. Clean boards, clean cloths, cleaner thoughts. He turns the handle until wood answers, with the low, satisfied note he knows well. At the vat, fibers have begun to gather in corners again, the daily signal that drawing time is finished. He stirs an unhurried figure 8 and then lets the water stand, not as dismissal but as thanks. He skims floating lint with the reed scoop and lays it in the jar that saves such things to become morning fire. He covers the nary with a wood disc, just enough to ask dust to respect sleep. On the bench, he ties the Malay's head with a strip so it will not loosen without permission, sets tweezers on their cloth, coils the sizing brush's cord so it will not learn bad bends, and caps the DDC pot with paper tied by string, crosswise, the way grandfathers approved. He rubs a line of camellia oil along the bone folder and wipes it nearly dry. The folder gleams a polite no color. A gentle side note. Cleaning is part of making, not a footnote. Tomorrow's first minutes are shaped by tonight's last ones. In winter, the virtue multiplies, gold forgives, nothing left wet. The light at the door has thinned to a pale ribbon. He slides the brazier a hand's width farther from the stacked boards so their last minutes of warmth do not overstate themselves. He checks the hanging sheets again, a few linger with a drag at the corner. He leaves them a small lesson in patience for both paper and papermaker. He steps outside with the dregs of tea and watches his breath write simple characters in air one after another, each fading quickly, each sufficient. The garden holds its bones honestly, bamboo ribs, the line of the path, stones seated like quiet elders. He returns to the shed, finishes the tea and sets the cup upside down to keep dust from mistaking it for an invitation. Inside, the room reads itself. Vet quiet, Sue resting, Kata content, press breathing a soft, even breath, boards aligned to air, stacks settled under light boards. The poet's experiment marked and pleased. He draws the door a finger's width closer, not closed, never closed. Paper sleeps best with a little fresh thought wandering through. Evening is on its way, with the particular boo that makes indoor light look warmer than it is. He smooths the last sheet of the arrow, rotates the stack a quarter turn, and places the light board on top. He writes a small line on a scrap for his own morning, narrator, thin run, poet 4. He tucks the note under a stone that looks like an egg wheat without sharpness and smiles at its accuracy. Night will bring the friends who sometimes step in for a cup and 3 quiet sentences, then step out again, leaving warmth that cannot be measured. But for now the shed holds a long, satisfying inhale. The day has become evening by doing what it should. Fibers have agreed. Water has carried. Hands have remembered. He sets the sujata flat bamboo toward the ceiling as if airing a thought. He wipes the table one last time, brushes stray fibers toward the jar, and listens to the room answer with its most loyal sound, the near silence of work finished but not yet forgotten. Evening steps into the shed without creak or comment. The pale ribbon at the door folds into a deeper blue. The coloring keeps before a brush begins. The brazier gives a last agreeable tick, as if acknowledging that its work and the day's work are of the same family. He tests a hanging sheet with 2 fingers, and hears the dry, bright sigh that means it will lie flat without persuasion. He lowers it to the smoothing table, sets a light board atop the stack, and turns the bundle a quarter turn so the fibers learn fairness in all directions. He loosens the second press, the one that teaches already dry sheets to think like a book. The handle turns with a low wooden note, the boards rise a breath. He lifts the top board and slides his palms across the stack. The sheets are cool, firm, and quietly proud. He taps their edge against the table just once to square them, then wraps the bundle in a cloth that has the memory of indigo almost faded away. A loop of paper string ties the wrap. The knot is the kind that opens at a thought. Somewhere in the morning, another pair of hands will untie it, and needle winners are made visible. A gentle side note: binding paper with paper string is like teaching a word to define itself. The cord wears the same patience as the sheets. Both agree to be useful without insisting on being noticed. He returns to the vat, skims a last veil of floating lint with the reed scoop, and tips it into the jar that waits to become morning fire. He rests at the vat's rim, clean, damp, and content. He lays a board across the water's surface, a simple lid so the night's small citizens will read the message quiet. The nary jar receives its round wood cover. He rubs a circle with his thumb at the center, the way his teacher did, as if to say the word sleep without speaking. On the bench, the poet's ragkozo trial sheets lift with a soft, brushed voice. He sizes to with the faintest ddc and leaves to unsized, then pencils an invisible dot at each corner to remember which is which in the morning. He lays them on a board nearer the window, where night air is cooler and steady. A small pebble anchors a corner without telling anyone it has taken a job. He wipes the ketta's lip with the old cloth, turns the sew upside down onto sticks so the bamboo breathes without bending, and sets the bone pick and tweezers on their cloth as if tucking them into bed. The mallet receives a wipe and a loose wrap so the head will not dream itself loose. The oiled spots along the frame gleam a color that is not really a color, only the absence of dryness. A mild aside: tools answer to manners. Oil, clean water, good rest, these are how wood and bamboo earn loyalty. In winter, when everything tightens, manners keep the room from sounding like complaints. He draws the door into its familiar depth, not closed, never, but small enough that night enters politely. A sheet at the smoothing table needs one more pass. He lifts the bone folder and arcs it from center to corner, then from center to the opposite, the pressure more thought than force. The surface wakes to a quiet sheen, the kind that will take a brush without pushing back. He stacks the sheet, lays the light board over, and rests his palms there a moment. They register the small warmth left from friction, then give it back to the room. Outside, frost begins at the edges of the path, writing delicate hieroglyphs that will vanish the moment a boot considers them. From the garden comes the dry rattle of bamboo chimes, the neighbor hum against the eaves, hollow spare, like winter speaking kindly. He steps to the threshold with the day's dregs of tea and watches his breath make small characters in the blue air. 1, 2, 3, each appears and disappears without drama. He tips the cup to the frost at the path's edge and hears a sound like paper saying yes. Inside again, he takes inventory the way runes prefer, with eyes, with hand on wood, with attention. Boards, upright, spaced, corners wedged. Press, holding, not over earnest. That, covered or resting, nary asleep. Tools, counted at peace. The brushmaker's bundle, tied, set by the door where a morning shadow will remember it. The neighbor's pine needles still sending their clean sharpness into the shed's mixture of water and wood and faint ash. He writes a few lines on a folded scrap, not for anyone else, only for the morning that will inherit the room. Then run first, DD say warm poets for, Sue corner check. He slides the note under the smooth egg-shaped stone that lives on the table to keep small intentions from slipping away. The stone's weight is gentle but truthful, the way good habits feel. He takes a last turn among the boards and lifts one to his ear. The stack makes no sound, a sign that moisture has distributed itself evenly. He smiles and lowers the board back into place. He nudges another board's wedge a finger deeper so air can pass behind in the night, then wipes the brazier's ring with a damp cloth so ash won't grow adventurous by morning. A gentle side note, in winter, night is a partner rather than an absence. It finishes what the hands began, holds its breath along the boards, teaches water to leave without leaving marks. The craft sleeps while the room keeps working. He unties his apron, folds it along its creases, and hangs it on the peg. Indigo threads on the hem catch the last of the light and then go quiet. His strawberries slip off. He checks their thong, retwists a loose end, and sets them where morning feet will find them without searching. He covers the kettle and moves it a hand away from the brazier, small economy made without announcement. Before he leaves, he lays his palm flat on a finished stack one more time. Paper answers with its cool agreement, neither stiff nor slack, ready to be what others ask. He thinks of how these sheets will travel, some to a printer who carves mountains from cherry wood, some to a shop where a girl will wrap tea leaves so each parcel holds its own weather, some to a poet who writes snow as if it were a verb, some to a merchant who keeps numbers that behave because the paper holds them steady. Different destinies, one beginning. He bows in the direction of the vat, not to the wood and water exactly, but to the patience they encouraged. He bows toward the press, toward the boards, toward the simple rack of tools. It is not ceremony in any grand sense, only a way of ending that reminds hands who taught them today. He opens the door a little wider for himself, and then draws it back to its sleep gap. Outside, night has deepened into the good dark, the one that makes windows glow like warm thoughts. Frost has found the board edges of the drying rack. Each white line looks like a small border waiting for it. The path home keeps its own memory of his steps. He walks it without thinking, carrying the brushmaker's bundle in one hand and the day's quiet in the other. In the morning, the room will wake to an oar's first figure 8, to the soft syllable of water returning to its work, to the thin kiss of a new sheet meeting a board. For now the shed keeps a clean silence, paper, water, wood, and winter holding their positions gently, as if until someone turns a page. Now these small, steady stories will keep you company as you rest. Thank you for listening, and sweet dreams.